Um, okay. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Taroni, the Reading Conservation Administrator, consistent with the Governor's order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allow us to adhere to social distancing requirements during the COVID-19 crisis. This Town of Reading Conservation Commission meeting is being held virtually via Zoom for audio and video participation of commissioners, applicants, their representatives, and the public. During this meeting, myself and the chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, representatives, and members of the public individually and as needed. During this commission meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, Chair Scanlon will conduct a roll call vote to make sure that all members can hear.
Thank you, Chuck. We are going to start the roll call vote. Please try to remember this order. I'll write it down in case you forget during this meeting. Brian Bowe.
Brian Bowe, member present.
Martha Moore.
Martha Moore, Vice Chair, present.
Andrew Driven.
Andrew Driven, member present.
Joe Carnahan.
Joe Carnahan, member present.
John Sullivan.
John Sullivan, member present.
And Anika Scanlon, Chair, present.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be able to see anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All the material for this meeting is available on the Conservation Division page, and I recommend that commission members, the public, follow the agenda as posted at the town site, unless otherwise noted. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which have not been previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started with tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for safe and effective, clear conduct of business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After the commission after the chair first asks members for the public who wish to speak to identify themselves. Once the chair and the conservation administrator has a list of public commentators, the chair will once again ask each one and afford them 4 minutes for any commentary. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair or the conservation administrator. After public comments, the chair will once again go down the line of commissioners individually, each by name, to provide any further comment, question, or motions. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote during the course of tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. That's all I have, Chair Scanlon.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Let's get to our first public hearing, first item of business.
Excuse
We
me,
have-
Anika, can I jump in? I didn't see the little dialogue box about being recorded. Are we actually being
Thank you.
recorded yet?
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Dell, I've given you permission to turn your video on and speak. Fidel Maltese, the new town manager of the town of Reading, has joined us tonight to speak to the commission. Fidel, by all means, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, no, and I'll be brief. I think I've met several of the members on the commission. I have worked quite closely with Chuck on several issues already, and it is very evident that the commission provides a lot of benefit to our community and to our residents. So yeah, I just asked Chuck for me to come and have an opportunity to say hello and to share essentially that if there's anything you need from town hall or from my office, I am always available. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidel. Thanks for taking time out of your very busy schedule to, be here and make yourself available to us. I'll just ask commission members just right now in roll call order. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Brian?
No, I really don't, although I would like to get some time with you alone, so to speak, but we can deal with that offline, obviously.
Absolutely. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Martha.
Welcome to our meeting and welcome to our town. I'm very excited about the possibility of getting a parking lot and access into town forest off of Grove Street. So I'm hoping that will be a project that can be expedited.
Absolutely. And I'll give you just a quick update on where we are in that. So the town, as you all know, owns the property now officially. We have engaged Weston and Sampson to do a survey of the property and to do a layout of a potential parking lot that hopefully is between 15 to 18 spots. There is some permitting involved, obviously, with regards to doing this. So we've asked Weston and Sampson to help us with the permitting as well. So I'm hopeful that sometime in the next 30 days, Chuck will have some drawings that he can share with the commission, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
So just gonna say hi, Fidel. My name's Andrew. No questions at the moment. Just good to meet you. Hopefully I'll meet you in person someday soon.
Great. Joe?
Just want to say I'm excited that you're here, both in Reading and at this meeting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to talking more about, making both the town forest project and other projects that, make Reading's, natural resources, beautiful areas available to residents to enjoy. So excited about that.
Great. Thanks, John.
I don't think I have anything to add other than what Martha and Joe and Andrew have all said. We're glad to have you here, Fidel. Welcome aboard, and good luck on Monday at the marathon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Fidel. I'm just going to, say again, appreciate having you here, showing up. We've got a busy night, so I'm going to invite you to stay around if you want to watch. But with that, I think I'm going to move on to the first hearing.
Thank you so much for having me tonight. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Chuck,
so why don't I bring on Kathy Zeke, who's going to talk to the commission tonight about pest control and fencing around our new community garden. Kathy might even venture into giving an update on all the work that the DPW and the water department have done up there. So let me just get her on. And I guess that wasn't enough time because it didn't happen quick enough. Kathy, are you there? Sure, hi. You're muted right now, Kathy.
Oh, now I'm not muted.
Anyone? Oh, Simone, I see Simone. I'll let her.
Yes,
in.
Simone is here, and the two of us will be doing the chatting. Actually, I see that Celeste Crockey is also in the waiting room. So now she's here. So the three of us have some chatting that we would like to do. First of all, want to say that it's good to see all of you again. I hope that some of you have had a chance to go out to Matera and see how the garden is developing. It's getting pretty exciting. It's looking like something real. So we're getting kind of excited about that. We appreciate time on your agenda, again, to continue talking about the developing garden, in particular, some strategies that we can use to discourage four-legged pests in the garden. But before we get there, Chuck, I totally agree. I do want to give some updates on where we are. Have any of you been out to the garden to see the development? I see some nods. DPW has done a fantastic job. Huge shout out to them. The place looks it's looking amazing. And we really appreciate the creativity that they've put into it. So the first layer, the first terrace that we're going to be working with is ready for us to build the beds. The soil's refreshed, the space is graded. There is crushed stone on the side where the ramp is, the cart path, as it's called on the plot plan. And then there's a step up as you go toward the forest, and that's topped off with wood chips. And they have made it easier to get to the garden on the forest side, over by the trailhead at Bear Meadow, by putting in some very nice looking concrete steps that make it really much easier to climb up there than it used to be. So that is really looking good. Applications for the garden plots closed last Friday. And at the close of business on Friday, there were 19 applications. We had 2 emails over the weekend from people asking if they could still apply for plots. I told them no, that they had closed, but that we could keep them on a waiting list. So as it turned out, 3 of the applications specifically requested the 29-inch high beds. And there are 3 29-inch high beds. So those numbers worked out nicely. We spun a virtual wheel. Celeste found an interesting online program that did like a Wheel of Fortune thing, and came up with the names of the 16 people who will be receiving the plots. And they have been notified today. So their payments are due April 19th, and things are moving along. Really looking exciting. We are in the process of recruiting more people to be a part of a steering committee. We have some folks who are very interested in working on getting a pollinator garden together, and we'd like to recruit some more people to do that. So if you know folks who would be interested, please send their names on. So on to how we're going to discourage those four-legged pests. Celeste, are you sharing, who is sharing the PowerPoint? Is that you, Chuck?
I can do that. That's not a problem. Hold on a second.
That would be great. So the first slide has our logo, which Celeste designed, and it's very eye-catching. So the question that we are wrestling with is how to balance supporting the gardeners and preserving the existing habitat. We have a starting point of just want to make sure that we all note that the garden is not going to remove or alter any existing food sources for critters. We just want to block that space where the garden will be, so that the gardeners are likely to have successful harvests. We came up with several goals as we were thinking about this topic of conversation. Is the PowerPoint coming up, Chuck?
No, I've mistakenly given my host permissions to someone else when I was clicking to. So could you all check and give that back to me? I think it might be
It's Celeste.
Celeste.
Celeste
Yeah,
got turned into the host.
Celeste. Unless you want to run the rest of the conservation meeting after this discussion, please.
That looks like a big no.
Appreciate
So I'll go
that.
ahead. I'll talk to it, and the PowerPoint will be up in just a moment. So we did identify some goals. We want to deter four-legged visitors from wandering through the garden plots. We want to avoid harm to those visitors at the same time. We want whatever solutions we use to lead to successful crops for the gardeners. We want to invest resources wisely for current and future users. We're putting a bit of money in, and we want to make sure that we're doing that wisely. And we want to preserve the habitat and the beauty of the community garden section of Matera. To accomplish the goals, we need a pest deterrent solution. I'm trying to be as broad as possible with that phrasing, that meets several criteria. It needs to be budget friendly and readily available. It needs to deter four-legged visitors from destroying crops. One of the natural ways we can do that is working with the garden on plant selection. We also are going to need some other kinds of barriers. We want to, okay.
Still struggling with the function here. So I think you want to just hand over the host function, and I guess not knowing how I've done that before. So click on me, click on my name, and then when it says more, click on that and then make host. Even on my picture screen, or if you've tried that, then try in participants.
I'm on my mobile device and I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Okay, I think we're in
Okay.
business.
All right.
Thank you all for your
Definitely.
patience.
Okay, here we go.
Aha, okay. So Chuck, if you would click through that one, we're on the third slide. That's the one. So our goals, we started with those, with the deterring visitors, avoiding harm to those visitors, successful crops for gardeners, wise resource investment, and preserving the habitat and beauty of the space. To do that, we need a solution that is budget-friendly, readily available. We want to deter four-legged visitors from destroying crops. And I was commenting that one natural way to do that is with plant selection, but because of the space, we're going to need something additional. Maintain the animal's ability to move about the area. Again, this is one small area that we are designating for the garden. And so that should not cause a major problem for them moving around. We want to allow gardeners to easily maintain their plots. Whatever solution we use needs to allow for relatively easy expansion or removal. At some point, we'll be looking for a more permanent solution as all of us work together to design and develop that whole space at Matera. And we want to maintain an organized and consistent look to the space. In addition, any solution needs to avoid noise or light issues that would disturb the neighbors and visitors. So a few things in mind as we think about this. Next slide, please. As a reminder, here's the layout for the community garden. Plots 1, 2, and 3 are the 29-inch high ones on the crushed stone. The others are 17.5 inches. As you're probably very much aware, having wandered around out there, the space is currently populated by deer, by rabbits, woodchucks, raccoons, and assorted other herbivores. In fact, one of the early emails we got from a neighbor said, this is what she wrote: "I personally have a terrible time growing. The deer population will wipe you out." And another neighbor commented that they had regular woodchuck visitors. So we've done some research on solutions that will deter four-legged pests to the space without harming them or their habitat, and that will also meet the other criteria that we identified. So Simone is going to walk us through the options that we came up with. So Simone.
Thank you. And thank you for having us back again to talk about our options for fencing. I'm going to go through a few options, and at the end we have pictures of other local gardens and how they've solved the problem of keeping unwanted visitors out of their space. The first option would go all the way around the perimeter of the garden. It's a wire mesh, and at the bottom of the fence, the space is much smaller, and then the spaces get a little bit wider as you go towards the top. It is 40 inches high, and so above the fence, we would install fishing line on poles, and that will deter the deer. As soon as they run into it, they get scared and run away. We would add some ribbons to it to make sure that they could see it. That is available from Home Depot, so we could get it pretty quickly. Next slide. This is another option that would go all the way around the perimeter of the garden. It's a mesh and it's 6 feet tall, so it would prevent deer from entering. It sort of blends in with the environment. So we would probably put bows on it to make it a little bit more visible. One concern with this is that deer or other animals could possibly get tangled in the net. Next slide. This and the next 3 options would go around individual garden plots. This first one is a mesh pop-up. It fits inside the perimeter of the 4x8 bed. Some concerns with this option is that you would not probably be able to grow taller plants such as tomatoes. Gardeners would need to remove it each time they visited the garden to work in their plot, and it would need to be taken down at the end of the season and stored somewhere. Next slide. These are individual tents. Again, they would fit inside the perimeter of an individual garden bed. There are 2 different color options. And there are some zippered doors that would allow gardeners to access their plot without taking the whole thing off. However, it has the same sort of problem in that you might not be able to grow taller plants like tomatoes. You would need to store it at the end of the season. And it might be a little bit unwieldy for people to access their whole plot at the same time. Next slide. The third option for the individual plots are these wire coops, basically. Each one only covers half of a garden bed, so we would need to buy 2 for each bed. Again, they're pretty unwieldy, and I think gardeners would need to pick them up and remove them each time they visited their plot in order to work in the garden. And then storing them at the end of the season would be a challenge. Next slide. Plastic netting is another option that would go around the perimeter of the whole area. This is only 2 feet tall, and it could also be installed around an individual bed. It does tend to sag as the season goes along. And also it is not that high, so we would need to have another option for deer deterrence. Next slide. A possible add-on to fencing is motion activated lights. They would, operate at night, dusk to dawn. They're solar powered. However, there's concern about disturbing neighbors. They also would not deter any critters during the day, such as woodchucks and bunnies. They might need to be replaced often, and they would need to be removed at the end of the season. They would need to be used in combination with another option. Next slide. We have thought about some more long-term solutions, and this is not really for this year, but for future years. A hedgerow around the garden is one potential option. And it is organic and could be attractive, but it could be slow growing. It wouldn't deter smaller critters like rabbits and woodchucks. It would need water when it was being established, and we would need to maintain it. Then we've also thought about more permanent solutions that you'll see on the next couple of pages. One is a wood option, and one is a tall trellis-like option that would be attractive because we could plant vines and other plants that like to climb. Chuck, could you do the next two slides? These are some examples. Oh, actually, can you go back, because it's just that one slide. So there's a wooden permanent solution and the trellis solution. Again, those would be more permanent, and so we wouldn't want to install them this year. And of course, they would be fairly expensive. Now on the next slide, you'll see some local gardens. At the First Baptist Garden in Reading, they just have individual fences. Of course, they're basically right in the center of town, so they don't have deer wandering through. They probably deal with bunnies, and therefore their fences are a little bit lower. In Wakefield, they have a chain link fence around the entire perimeter of the garden. And in Lenox, they have a split rail fence. And on the next slide, you'll see Andover has the 10X fence, which is one of the options that we showed you. They also have, I believe, chicken wire running around the bottom of the fence to deter groundhogs. And then in Woburn, they have the mesh fence surrounding the perimeter of the garden. I think that's it.
Okay, so there was one other idea that came up that I'll throw out as more as a supplement, I think. Celeste found this one in one of her sources. She says that many homeowners are successful in protecting some of their small beds by laying 3-foot wide lengths of chicken wire flat on the ground around the plants. Deer don't like to walk on the wire, and they'll move on to other areas. So that might be another possibility as we're thinking about it. So these are several of the options that we tracked down and thought could be workable to varying degrees. That first one that we showed you is perhaps the one that gives us the most flexibility and is cost effective. So that's, like I said, we did come up with several options though, and would love to converse with y'all about what makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy and company. For the presentation. I'm just going to open it up for roll call, question and answer. And for members of the public, if you're here, I'd appreciate if you have questions after all of this, please find the raise your hand feature. Okay, so believe Brian.
Yeah. So I do have some questions, but before I get into them, I would just like to ask you, which one are you leaning towards? Which one, you've done the research, so which one seems to make the most sense to you folks?
Simone and Celeste, you want to jump in? Celeste, you have really dug into the choices.
Chuck, do we need to
Can
unmute them?
No,
There
you
you
should
go.
be all set, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. I actually wasn't able to unmute. We collectively were leaning towards the rabbit fencing with fishing line as a good compromise between the among the various criteria that we outlined in terms of deterrence and affordability, attractiveness, temporariness, and effectiveness.
Yeah. So I do have some questions. So the first one is, and first a caveat, I'm by no means a deer expert. I don't feed them, I don't shoot them, I don't know. However, I have read that they can jump 8 feet high. So what was the thinking in the heights that you had on the various slides? Because it seems like the deer could jump over it if so inclined.
Celeste, would you take that one? You had some information on what deer like and don't.
Sure. So you're right in terms of the ability to jump very high. I've also read that they do not like to jump in kind of narrow spaces, where they're not sure of their clearance. And that one of the ways the fishing line in particular works is that they don't see it very well. And when they bump into it, they get spooked and are less likely to try to jump. So we were thinking a combination of the lower fence and the fishing line approach would deter both the smaller creatures and the deer from jumping over.
So how high off the ground is that fishing line?
So the fishing line would have to be at probably about 5 feet.
Okay, so you're not worried about the deer finding the fishing line, but already being in the air in a jump.
I think that looking at the space, Brian, any deer that are coming out of the forest on either side would probably not be coming at a run at that point, and
Okay.
at a jump. It's not that great a distance. If they're coming from above, that seems, I mean, from what tiny bit I know, that seems unlikely that they would be running and jumping, and they would not be coming from below.
Okay, and the tiny bit is probably still more than me, but okay. So then my question has to do with colored ribbons. Again, what I read is a lot of experts would prefer white ribbons because it mimics the tail danger sign. So they think it's more effective than colored ribbons. I don't know. Like I said, I just read
That makes sense.
Have you seen that, Celeste, in any of your reading?
No, I did see mention of ribbons. I don't recall what they said about the color,
Okay.
but that is a good thing to check before we install something.
Yeah. So then when it gets to wooden fences, one of the advantages of wooden fence that I didn't see in your write-up was the fact that deer don't, if they can't see it, they're really much less interested in it. And so if it's a solid wooden fence to call that, then it's more likely to deter them. I get the cost thing, but just going with deterring them. So there's some benefit to that because that wooden fence may last longer than any number of the mesh kind of approaches you've been talking about. So even though it costs more initially, you may in fact save more money over time.
Right. We would prefer that as an option for phase 2. Part of our concern has been the potential for expansion and how the fencing would work if we add additional plots on the higher levels over the coming years. You know, would we create multiple essentially fenced in terraces, one right after another, or do we wait a little bit longer, try to come up with something that will ensure that the garden is successful in its first and potentially second year,
Okay.
and then once the final perimeter of the garden is better known, then put in a more durable, lasting fence solution or
Okay.
other barrier.
So the last question I have has to do with that more durable fence. So have you managed to work up any likely trade-offs? I don't know how likely the various mesh things are going to be from a durability perspective. Do you have any sense of how often you have to replace it? Do you expect a lot of damage each year that has to be cleaned up for? I just don't know what to compare against what.
I have not read too much about the relative durability from year to year. I do know that the plastic options are, the polypropylene options are UV treated, and they have the ones that are rated for deer deterrence have a breaking strength of something like 600 pounds. So a very large creature would have to go through it in order for it to break. In terms of other forms of damage, I can't anticipate, if, for instance, somebody decided to vandalize it and cut it, then obviously we would have to
Well, yeah.
replace.
And that could
But-
happen with any fence type to get somebody to do vandalism.
Right.
So I actually lied. I have one more question, which is not surprising. So these other places, the other plots you have pictures of, have you asked them how their particular choice of fencing has worked out?
We have not talked specifically about that.
Yeah, because it might be useful in looking for trade-offs to find out just how well people, what their experience has been, Okay, and with that note, I'm done. Next.
I know that several of those have been in place for a while, Brian. So
Yes.
they're
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Brian. Okay, Brian, thank you. Martha?
Hi, I would agree with you. I was thinking one of the first two choices you showed us would be the better option, but I also have another option that you haven't considered, which is something called deer netting, which you can buy at the local hardware store, and it's 7 feet tall. I use it to surround my yew shrubberies, and it has protected them well for the past 2 winters, and I've been able to reuse it after a second year. So it might make a good combination with your shorter rabbit fence that has the small, medium, and large spacing, and then you could put the deer netting behind and above that to keep the deer from getting into the garden plots.
now, would that require special permission since it's over 6 feet tall?
Oh, I didn't know 6 feet tall was your limit.
I thought that we had run up to that in an earlier conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't have.
I
to
would
make
stand
all of
corrected
6
quite
feet tall.
happily.
You could, I mean, you could make it 6 feet high and fold the bottom over, or cut it to be the 6 feet height. It's pretty thin stuff, but it seems to be pretty effective against the deer. So just a suggestion. And my question is, for those first two options, would the fencing be around the entire perimeter rather than around the individual plots?
Yes, the entire perimeter.
So you'd have a gate at one end to let people in and out.
Yes.
Yeah, there'd have to be a gate or a gap of some kind that they could get through.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Martha. Andrew.
Can I jump
see
in for a
Chuck has
second?
his hand up.
Or I just want to just make a comment about the 6 foot. I think the only way the 6 feet would come into play is if it was a wooden fence. A wooden 6 foot fence doesn't need a building permit, but anything taller than that, and I could check on this tomorrow, would need a building permit because of the wind load that it would catch. I believe that's why 6 feet it was discussed. So the fencing, the netting that you just talked about, I don't think there would be a restriction on that. I don't think it would need a building.
Thank you, Chuck. Andrew?
Thanks for the review of all the options. I appreciated that and all the thought that you've gone into this. The first question is just specifics. How much fencing, if we went around the whole perimeter of that first phase, how much are we talking about? What's the linear footage of fencing?
I don't recall.
Oh my
off the top
goodness,
of my
I
head,
don't either. We were
but
just, yeah.
I believe it was roughly 350 linear feet,
Sounds, and
like round numbers.
Yeah, I just wanted broad numbers. So it's substantial, right? It's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know Brian asked short term what you guys preferred, but I would like to ask long term, what would you like to see?
My personal vote, if we had the, if we didn't have to worry about money, if somebody said, hey, we've got a pile. I really like the mesh fencing, the wire mesh fencing that was on one of those slides. It's something that would blend into the background. It wouldn't just grab you as something that is not, that doesn't belong there. It would also allow for some vertical gardening or some vines that we might try to put up the side. I think it could be something that would really look like it belongs.
I think that.
How about, I don't know about Simone and Celeste though. We haven't really.
Yeah, the trellis would be my top choice too, if as Kathy said, money were no object.
Yeah, I liked that wood trellis picture that you showed as well. That would be nice in the long term. And then my last question is, for this first phase, what do you consider will make it, trying to phrase it appropriately, but just how would you consider the garden to be successful? What is it that you're looking for this first year?
One thing that we would look for is healthy harvests from all of our gardeners, getting that feedback from them. Another thing that I would like to see is that the vast majority of the gardeners sign up for a second year. They ask to come back with their plots. And another thing is that there would be some additional buzz in the community. People saying, oh man, I hope you have more plots next year because we want to be involved. Along with that, having engagement from different groups in the community would be a measure of success. So we might have scout groups, for instance, who are doing work, working with some of the community organizations, the Rotary, the Lions, and so forth, would be fantastic. With any of the other groups through the high schools, the elementary schools, getting that kind of buzz and connection.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. You did first say the healthy harvest, so you're on key for that one. But to me, it's community engagement, and I think worrying about getting the fencing is not something that needs to be worried about this first year. Right now, you have to get the garden built. You have to get the applicants, make sure it's all running smoothly, get that community engagement, do things that you can do small scale to prevent any wide scale deer destruction. And then think long term. What do you want this fence to look like? and how can we make it work so that it accommodates future phases. But yeah, I think it's all about community engagement right now. I don't personally think people are really going to be gauging the success of this garden by growing the most tomatoes or the largest lettuce heads. That's really not what this is about. And I want us to focus on the community aspect of this garden. So that's where I stand.
Thank you.
I appreciate that point, and we're really excited about educational opportunities as well as community engagement. But as Kathy mentioned, one of the gauges of success is, do people want to come back next year?
Yes.
And if they lose their entire harvest in one night after they've invested $50 in the plot and additional money in buying the plants, and then their time in tending to the plants, only to arrive one morning and find that everything is gone, that will be a deterrent to success for the individual gardeners, and I think the garden as a whole.
I appreciate that. I know that's an issue for community gardens, but it takes a while to get your footing and to just get established. Most gardeners will put things around their own little beds to protect the things they really care about. And it's really more about just getting things in the ground and trying to grow things and teaching kids, hey, there's deer around here. They're going to eat things potentially. I mean, my kids would not, they would understand. So yeah, I mean, and then again, what are the limits that you can do on each individual garden? Or do you guys have anything in the garden agreement that says I mean, if you really are worried about it, can someone put a 7-foot deer netting around their 4x8 bed?
They can put up temporary protective equipment around and in their own beds. Part of our concern with that, well, two concerns we've had with that. One is that if each individual gardener takes a different approach, it could create a very haphazard aesthetic. So if the commission is concerned about the overall aesthetic, that's a consideration. Our other concern is equity and access, and making it as easy for gardeners of all income levels to be able to participate, and having to buy additional material to protect their own individual bed could be a barrier for some people.
I like the second part to that. The first part, I don't mind the haphazard look for this first year at all. I encourage it. I want you to experiment. If maybe there's a way, since you have some money apparently to spend on this fence, that you could reserve for people that really need help, that you could have some resources and finances to help them get things they need. If there's people that really need help like that, some financial assistance for folks that might need it.
I suspect too, Andrew, that we're going to have, I know some of the people who are receiving plots. I don't know all of them, but I suspect that we have a range of experience with the gardeners. Some folks have some very good ideas of ways that they can protect their crops. For other people, this is something totally new. So giving all of them a starting point of this fencing that we would put around the perimeter is something that creates kind of a baseline for all of them. Then there may be some people who want to, you get the or the cloche kinds of things that you can put over particularly exciting plants that you really don't want somebody to get to. So there would be some temporary things that they can do. They are prohibited from putting up anything permanent. So that's the outside of it.
I mean, people are going to be driving and seeing this from just going to Matera and walking around Bear Meadow.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't put off the most welcoming kind of perception to people that aren't familiar with it, to have a big wire mesh fence, potentially 7 feet high. You really want it to, at least for now, to be welcoming. If you're holding a garden there, I'm assuming you're understanding that you're in a situation where it's a public space.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your backyard garden. So And I don't think that's what you want to do right now, is to put a big 7 to even 4-foot fence around it. That's wire mesh. I don't think that's an ideal solution. I think it's very temporary. And I think it's just not a good use of our money or time at the moment.
Andrew, thank you for your comments. If you know, this is a process where we are, where, you know, the garden club is thinking about our comments and taking that feedback and, you know, looking at their options. And so thank you. I'm gonna,
I'm done. Thank you. Is
if
that what
that's
you're
okay,
saying?
if
Stop
that's
it.
okay.
I'm done.
Well, I think you've made a lot of good points. I haven't heard moving on to additional points. So I just want to make sure that your questions are addressed. You know, if you have additional points, let's hear them. Otherwise, and I'm sure other points come up in this discussion, but I just want to make sure we keep it moving and we
Yeah,
hear
I'm
from other
with you.
people too.
This is kind of online.
Okay.
But no, for now, I'll just
No, it's
conclude by
fine.
saying I encourage you to be ad hoc, experiment this first year, and think long term, and don't do anything too rash right now. And be welcoming and inclusive and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. So moving on to Joe.
So I will especially given sort of the spirit of you're getting lots of different feedback, I will say that I appreciate the idea of the deterrent being uniform and how it will look. I'm not too worried about the visibility of wire mesh from the parking lot to the terrace, as I understand it. I mean, honestly, I'd have to see it, which does bring up, I think, I do like Andrew's point about experimentation. I think we can probably think about it in terms of experimentation year over year, because we are not building permanent solutions here. And so I am inclined to be a little bit conservative in the sense of protecting the gardens themselves, because as several of you pointed out, it's pretty, you know, if the gardens don't grow, or rather if the gardens are, you know, if the plants are not there at the end of the season because animals ate them, then the garden failed to, you know, serve its sort of primary function as a garden. Or I mean, it served it, but it served it for the deer, not for the gardener. I mean, and we do have, the last thing I want to say is that I want to acknowledge we have the Matera site is great in part because it is, you know, connected to the conservation area and people can visit the garden and visit the natural spaces there. But that does mean that we're going to have the toughest community garden situation of any in the area in terms of, you know, we basically put the community garden right next to the deer on purpose. And we knew we were doing that because we like the garden and we like the deer. But we do probably need to put a fence between the two of them. So, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. John, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just a quick one. So we've talked a lot about like what we would do or what you guys want to do fence-wise if money was no option, but what is the money situation regarding the fence on this project? Do we have money? Are there plans for where money's coming in from and like what can be afforded now, or do we think we could afford in the future?
With the current budget that we have, John, we do have money for a couple of those different options of fencing for the what Celeste, you were calling it a rabbit fence, right?
Yes,
With
the metal
the
rabbit
fishing,
fence.
that first option. We do have money to do that. We have money to do to some degree, the individual covers, the wire mesh covers, if we went that way. Those weren't really options that we thought were terribly wonderful, but we would be able to do the other.
Okay. And then the assumption that there will continue to be a budget from the town in the future for maintenance and repairs and upkeep and all that stuff on whatever option we decide to go with?
Yes, we will be asking for budget money going forward, and we'll also be looking for donations from anybody. You know, if you've got a few extra dollars sitting around right now and you want to send them over, feel free. But we'll try to do some fundraising. We've talked with Chuck about looking into forming a 501c3 corporation that could raise money specifically for the garden. So we'll be looking for donations from groups like Home Depot, for instance, see if they would want to give us some, give them some publicity and the garden some materials, that sort of thing.
We can also apply for grants.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, a couple of the local groups that I talked to in Salem and Andover in particular have said that they have very active grant writing groups, and that they would be happy to share some of the listservs and so forth with us.
Okay. And then if you guys decide to go with some of the smaller individual covers for the individual garden plots, do those attach to the plot somehow, or like could a motivated deer push one of them off, or if it was windy, could they blow off?
I don't know how the mesh pop-ups might attach. The chicken wire type ones could be held in place with what are known as earth staples or landscape staples, which are essentially, like the name says, overgrown kind of metal U's that you can push into the ground, and that does help keep them in place against the wind or animals. I would imagine an especially motivated animal might still be able to nudge one, you know, if they were really desperate.
Think woodchucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how effective they are against tunneling pests.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think that's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you, John. I think I'm up next. My comment is, what I'm hoping is that I don't see a problem with the wire mesh fence and fishing line setup. I have no experience with this type of fencing. I know this is going to be probably a little bit of an iterative process. We'll try some things, we'll see what's working well. And if we have to shift or modify partway through, that's the way it goes. I'm sure you guys are going to be vigilant. We'll be vigilant. We'll be watching all this. So I'm fine with, the most reasonable fence approach going forward. The one thing I wanted to just sort of that I had a question on. So I see that the presentation on page 3 or 4 had a layout plan for all of the beds, the 16 beds in the pollinator garden at Matera Cabin, and it had the polygon for the external perimeter fencing. 2 areas that I have a question about, I was curious about, is the center of those terraced chunks of land do have stairs going up them, and so I'm wondering, is a fence spanning across the stairwell going to really solve the problem that you're hoping to solve, or do you need maybe 2 separate fenced areas, one to the right of the fence, one to the left, or one to the right of the center stairwell, one to the left of the center stairwell, if you catch my drift? And then I'll go to Martha, and then I'll go to Chuck.
I think that one of the reasons that the DPW crew might have put the steps, the brand new steps on the Bear Meadow side of the plot is to sort of solve that problem. You're going to be able to go up the hill that way. And then on the other side, closer to the road, there's a sloped pathway that they're going to be
Right.
putting stone dust in.
But I mean, kind of thinking three-dimensionally about it, if you put a fence across a stairwell going up, animals are going to be able to go up the stairs underneath the fence.
No, they don't. The stairs end at the terrace level.
Oh, so the fence would be outside. The fence would be on the downside of the steps. So I know this is kind of like here, these steps in the middle.
The steps don't go through the terrace. They end at the terrace. I mean, there's not a stairway through the terrace. So the steps go up.
Oh, there isn't.
The very
No,
end,
it's
and then it's completely flat. And then the steps start again.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's like
Yeah.
step, flush, go across the terrace, step, I believe.
Yes.
Chuck,
So it's been a little
Chuck,
while.
did
since
you
I've-
have? Okay.
But
Okay,
but
But
you
I-
still
it
have
sounds.
a point. You still have a point about crossing,
Yes.
blocking that stairway and access to the garden from that direction. And I had been thinking that we would probably have multiple gates or entry points for human gardeners, one of which would be through there and the other from the other side of the garden where the cart path comes up. But
Okay.
that's an interesting idea to enclose them separately. And that is not a solution that we have thought through to this point.
It's a really good point, though. I was looking at photos that I took over the weekend, and I don't have a good picture of that stairway in the middle, but it looks like it's not particularly visible at this point.
Maybe it's something to just look into. Chuck,
Definitely.
you had a comment,
Yeah,
and then I'll go to
I'll
Martha.
let Martha talk, but I
Okay.
should have interrupted before. So this was a concern of mine also. So I had the DPW eliminate those center stairs and put
Yeah.
stairs in at both ends. So
I did see the stairs over
Yeah, I
by,
thought so.
by
So-
Bear Meadow.
no stairs
Okay.
to use at the center anymore, and the layout has shifted to take the space of where the opening was
Okay.
on that plan, where the stairs are. That's all I wanted to say.
Right. Thanks, Martha.
I just want to respectfully disagree with Andrew and suggest that I think it is a good idea to put a fence around the entire garden and not have individual gardeners feel compelled to fence their little wooden raised beds as they notice that their vegetables are all getting eaten by the critters. So I think it would be a good idea to have either the rabbit fence with the fishing line or the plastic mesh that was in the second picture that's taller. As a person who lives in the same neighborhood, I know that the deer are pretty persistent. And a successful gardener down the street from me has fencing similar to your second picture around her whole garden. And that seems to be keeping the deer at bay from her garden. That's all.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Andrew, you have your hand raised? You're muted.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to clarify, I'm not saying no to a fence. I'm saying think long-term about how we want to fence this. I don't disagree that individually handling it is ideal. It's not. But I have worked with that wire mesh fencing. Who's installing this fencing? It
That
is
position
no
is
fun
open.
to work with.
It is not. It is not. No, we'll be doing some work days and asking the gardeners to come out and anybody else that we can recruit.
Exactly. So it's a lot of time, people's time. It's going to go into this fence. I don't think that's the best use of our time right now. Put the time towards creating a beautiful pollinator garden for this first year. Again, the sign of success to me is community engagement, not healthy crops for this first year. 10 years down the road, sure. I want to see some healthy crops. Right now, you just got to get it on the ground, get those boxes built, get some plants in there, get the soil there, and get people aware of it and wanting to get there, which it sounds like you're doing all of that. So everything's going in the right direction. I think it's successful so far. I'm not trying to slow it down or anything like that. I am pro fence. I just don't want to do it too rash.
Thank
I
you.
don't like that wire mesh. It's no fun to work with.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your input. One thing I just thought I'd mention, we've kind of focused more, you've given us a lot of options. We've kind of focused more on the most feasible options because you've laid out so many good options here. Well, a whole variety of options. I do want to comment that I would prefer the least desirable option, and I think it's why you put it pretty much towards the end, is the motion activated lights. Especially because they don't work during the daytime. I just want to say that's one of the least desirable aspects that I definitely, for the sake of the wildlife and preserving natural daylight and natural daylight cycles, I don't want to see motion activated lights out there. So I just wanted to make that comment. And so at this point, I would love to wrap this up. And so
I'm going to talk a little bit, Anika.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you can see me on your phone. That's why I jumped in. So I
know,
apologize
please,
if I was
it's
part
hard
of
for me
that.
to see the hands. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Sure. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. So the budget, Kathy, the budget that you're talking about is not a town budget. It's the budget from the fees. And so this this community garden has started and should continue with some earmarks from the state and some fees from the activity of gardening. The town, there's no real town budget supporting this except for labor and that's what the town does. I also wanted to voice my concern about some of the fences, and I guess I have a concern about changing fences after, like, you buy 350 linear feet of fence, and then in a couple of years you've changed it to something else, and I'm struggling to find out what happens to that material and where it can be salvaged or reused. And I guess I also have a problem with the fishing wire, and I would ask that maybe if that's the best solution, then that's great. I mean, I kind of I can visualize how that's going to look, and it's almost invisible. But I'm wondering what happens to the fishing wire afterwards, or if it gets broken into, and how that's taken care of. And secondly, thirdly, I guess, we didn't talk about gates in your budget. And I was just wondering how you would accommodate the gates. And the last thing is I have a real concern about some of these 7-foot perimeter fences that would actually attract a deer in there, and then they would get entangled in the fence. And I think that might be a problem. So I would lean towards the rabbit fence and the poles and the fishing line, and as long as we could have some good solutions to manage that stuff after we don't need them anymore. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
If I could respond quickly to a couple of your points. As far as the budget goes, the budget that I was referring to is the $10,000 set aside that we got from the state. That's what we're working with right now, and that's where we've got these items budgeted. We will be collecting $50 per plot each year, which is not enough to continue everything that needs to happen. So we will be looking for additional funding. And like I said, it would be a combination of looking for donations, perhaps doing some fundraising through a 501c3, and perhaps requesting some funding from the town. I'm not sitting here with a budget request for the town. I see that Karen is with us this evening. That's not what we're asking at this point, but we will need some ongoing funding. We can certainly apply for earmarks. I don't know if the state intends to continue funding that sort of thing. They, I think, usually want us to come up with our own funding at some point. So we'll have to work with that. As far as the fencing goes, my thinking, and this is just a guess, we would be looking at the permanent fencing after that whole slope is developed, which I would think would be a few years down the road. So it's not something that's going to happen in 2 years or maybe even in 5. We just have to, that's something that we'd be working with all of you and with any other community groups on to figure out where we want to go with that. And we're not talking about a 7-foot fence at this point. So that's just to clarify.
I'll just follow up on 2 things. We're actually coddling the budget, the $10,000. We've been referring to it in town hall as the earmark, and we did put a new one in. So Karen's here, and we have a new earmark in for next year, so she can look after that for us for phase 2. And I worked with Kathy Zeke on that, and we put that request in. So, but it's an earmark.
Okay, so at this point, I will, I'll take comments from the public. Please raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. And I don't see any. Chuck, do you see any?
I don't. I don't see any.
Okay.
So the role for the Conservation Commission is to approve a fence.
At tonight's meeting.
Maybe not at tonight's meeting, but ultimately you need to let the community garden group know what fence that you've decided. Maybe they're going to offer one fence, and then you're going to say yes or no, or however that works. But you have to, because you're in care and custody of Matera, you have to approve a fence.
At this point, we talked about a lot of options. We had a lot of questions. We left a number of things sort of left to be reconsidered. And so my tendency is to continue this meeting to the next meeting and give the garden club a chance to, after getting this feedback, to sort of maybe provide just a more singular proposed plan with some of these details worked out and sort of their best shot option of what to put in. And if they could, sketch that up, even if they just, it doesn't have to be a lot of actual material preparation. They could hand mark up the plan that they've provided already, and they could just describe just a brief summary of what they think, the gates are going to look like, where are they going to be, what type of fencing, how tall, the construction, so that we don't have to choose from 5 or 6 options. So it would be great to narrow this down. That's my sense. And I'll invite members of the commission to chime in, and then we can vote on it. So does any other members of commission have a comment on that? I don't, Joe, go ahead.
I think Andrew raised a hand too, but again, you probably only
Right.
see so many of us on your screen at a time. I'll go ahead and say just +1 for the idea of if the garden group, if it's possible for the garden group to sort of take this feedback and then come back in 2 weeks with what they think is the single best proposal, because design by committee is not, a great approach. That we've had this. We have this with all kinds of other projects where someone brings something in and it's not quite right. And really it works way better if people just bring us a plan with a lot of detail, and then we can, ask questions to fill in the remaining detail and approve it. If we have to make a lot of changes, it's messy and slow and takes even more meetings. So yeah, I really like Anika's suggestion of coming back next time with, it sounds like we're leaning towards the wire mesh plus fishing line, but with the additional details with the gates and so forth, so that we can hopefully give that a thumbs up and proceed.
Okay. And Andrew, I don't think your hand is up anymore. So
No, I just took it down, but I just wanted to add that thinking, someone mentioned, I think Kathy, that you were saying this is a fence that's not going to be around for just a year or two. It's potentially for 5 years. So I think that's the long-term planning I want to see. I want to see phasing. This is going to be a fence that's going to be here for 3 to 5 years. And then we'll be able to think about that longer term, beautiful wood trellis fence and down the line. And but that's the type of thinking I want to be able to wrap my head around.
Okay. So at this point, I think we should I'll entertain a motion to continue this to the next meeting.
I'll make go ahead, Martha, sorry.
I move to continue the discussion of the fencing at Matera Cabin Community Garden to the April 27th meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, and before we vote, I'm just going to check in with the Garden Club. Any final comments? Yes or no? You could just nod your head. Or
to clarify, I think what you're asking is that we come back on April 27th with I think we're all leaning toward the rabbit fence with the fishing line. So what you're asking is where would the gates be? What would the gates look like? Deal with the question that you asked, Annika, about the steps and any needs that we would have there. And then also something about the duration, the durability, how long would we expect this to be in place? Is that correct?
I think you've covered most of the major topics. I haven't been keeping notes, so I cannot, you could always go back to this recording and look at it. You're free to. But I think you got a majority of the bulk of the comments and responses. So.
And on that option, the only other thing that I would add.
Chuck, your microphone or your microphone seems to have died.
Can't hear you.
He talked about fishing line, I believe, being appropriate. Do I have that right, Chuck? More or less. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck's, you've been involved with this. This was, I think, originally your spearhead idea. So thank you. And, I know you're going to continue to be involved in it, and you're the person who's communicating with them as well. So if any details are, reach out to me if there's little stuff that has already been discussed at the meeting. I'm available, but it'd be great to move this on for the Garden Club's sake and get it into the community and get it launched. So, so motion was made, it was seconded. I'll entertain a vote on continuing.
Brian Bro in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Andrew Dribbin in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. I want to thank the Garden Club members. You know, Celeste, Kathy, Simone, thank you for coming out. Thank you for your presentation and having this discourse with us.
Thank you for your time, and we will look forward to getting it all wrapped up and ready to go so that we can get the stuff purchased and installed.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay. All right, Chuck. At this point, is the applicant for 62 Whittier Road present? Is Chuck here? Did I?
Chuck is here but muted.
62 Whittier Road. Could you please raise your hand for that? Thor is here. So let's
Okay.
make sure I remember to make him co-host, not host.
He's co-host. I saw the announcement. Okay.
Okay.
So in that case, Thor, thank you. I'm going to read the script for your hearing. So we are going to open the public hearing on a request for determination of applicability for 62 Whittier Road, filed by Rachel and Jason Casey. It's filed under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The project is to install a 32-foot by 16-foot in-ground swimming pool and associated patio. They're going to move the shed and install a 6-foot vinyl fence as part of this work. Portions of the work are within the 100-foot buffer zone, I assume of a bordering vegetated wetland or resource area. The application and plans can be viewed at the Conservation Division page under the current project, 62 Whittier Road, Assessor's Map 33, Lot 130, RCC file number 2022-2. So at this point, Thor, I'm going to invite you to introduce the project and give us a brief summary of what you want to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Thor Akerley. I'm a wetland scientist and registered sanitarian with Williams and Sparages over in Middleton. Tonight, representing the homeowners of 62 Whittier Road in Reading, Rachel and Jason Casey. I believe they're on the call with us tonight as well. Before we start, I just wanted to note as well, I know you mentioned the Grove Street project. I believe we have an existing conditions plan of that lot that the town purchased. If it would be helpful for you guys, I'm sure we can share it with Weston and Sampson if it would save you all time and money for survey, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Thanks.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So,
go ahead with the project.
Alrighty. So this is an existing conditions plan of 62 Whittier Road. This is a small single-family house lot located on Whittier Road, where we have an old subdivision that was constructed, I believe, around the 1950s, kind of sandwiched in between the high school, middle school, and Route 28. The lot's about 14,500 square feet in size. As you can see, is a typical single-family house, wood deck off the rear, an existing planter bed, predominantly lawn area to about here. And we have a few large trees, 3 36-inch trees, a few scattered trees, smaller trees down in here, and then a rock field stone wall at the back. Beyond the stone wall, we have a bordering vegetated wetland. This wetland borders on an intermittent stream, which is located, I would say, about 75 to 100 feet off the back of the property. It's a small channel that doesn't actually show up on USGS maps, but does carry some water. I was actually a little surprised that we did have hydrology way up here, to be honest. We're probably about 4 or 5 feet higher than a stream up here, but nevertheless, we did have enough vegetation and hydric soils up into here. So you can see there's also an existing shed here and a swing set and planter bed. So I'll just try to summarize the project quickly to keep things moving. We have a proposed 32 by 16. Oh boy. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that. I just just cancel out on for some reason.
So Thor, I have that also if you want me to share.
I got it. I got it back. It just, the PDF just crashed on me.
Sure.
Happens to all of us, Thor. It's okay.
Thank you. So again, we have a 32 by 16 foot in-ground gunite swimming pool. We have about 1,100 square feet of patio surrounding the pool. And this is noted as pavers, but it is, I believe that was an error. The homeowners changed their mind. They do want to go with an aggregate decking in this area. You can see it's pretty centered in the lawn. We meet the side end, or rather the side setbacks for the swimming pool, which has to match, I believe, the side yard setbacks for the principal structure on the lot. And we do have a temporary stockpile area here outside the 100-foot buffer zone to BVW. Our limit of work shown here. An existing shed located off the rear. The new location is proposed just adjacent to it. Sounds like some of the members went out and were able to look at the site a little bit too. So you can see that this is just shifting over in the lawn. I would anticipate that this would be moved by placing small logs underneath the shed and slid along those logs. In my experience, that's typically the easiest way to do it. So the pool, this is, again, as you saw, a generally flat area. The change in elevation, I believe at most from up here to the lower point down here is about 6 inches. So really not a lot of earthwork aside from the excavation of the pool involved here. No additional grading, no retaining walls, anything like that. We actually didn't, typically we would show changes in proposed grade. Because this area is so flat, we really didn't need to. They can essentially install the pool, gently slope the patio away from the house, and then off here off the back, just for water to dissipate into the lawn areas. Again, the major earthworks here is really just the excavation of the pool. So the stockpile area is shown here. Excess material would just be removed from the site once the pool is excavated and areas are beginning to stabilize. So that's essentially the project in a nutshell. We did also, or the applicants are also willing to, instead of a typical pool filter, use a cartridge filter for the pool. So instead of constantly needing to backwash your pool during cleaning, where you would discharge chlorinated water into the ground, the pool operates on a closed loop and rather has a filter inside the pool equipment pump system, which is just changed out every so often. So there's no need to discharge that water, wherever it might get discharged. Hopefully not, in some situations, I know for older pools, it can be close to a wetland, but in this case, no chlorinated water going anywhere near the wetland at all. So just to talk about the Wetlands Protection Act and regulations as well. So typically, I'm sure the commission's aware, when you have activities such as a swimming pool, conversion of lawn to swimming pool or patio, as long as you're 50 feet away from a resource area, it typically is not subject to the Wetlands Protection Act. In this situation where 82.7 feet from the edge of BVW to the closest point of the patio, as you can see, most of the activity is actually outside of the buffer zone. And just to be safe, a 6-inch mulch sock is proposed along that edge, because there is some earthwork, of course, involved with the excavation here. And then finally, or I guess the other two items, of course, are the shed, which we briefly talked about. We did keep that outside of the 35-foot no build. Again, no real ground structure here. It's simply a shed sitting on wood, 4x4s or 2x4s. So no foundation here associated with that shed, and no plan to put in a new foundation. The homeowners were fine with sodding and just restabilizing this area where the shed is currently. And then finally, we have the fence along the sides of the property to provide privacy. And of course, we have to fence in the area per building code. We did propose a gap on the bottom. Building code allows, I believe it's a 2-inch gap that meets pool or the pool requirements. And that also satisfies that requirement, but also allows for critters to come and go as they please. This wooded area that you saw in here kind of stretches out into here and then turns back into lawn on the neighbor's property here. And then the lawn area kind of continues over here. So fencing specifically is called out in the Wetlands Protection Act as an activity that is considered exempt. It doesn't say you have to be 50 feet away. The idea is that fencing really doesn't cause much of an impact to the interests of the act or have a negative impact on the interests, as long as you're not creating a barrier to wildlife movement. Now, in this case, we have a pretty narrow, as I mentioned, pretty narrow stretch of trees in here. Of course, the intention is not to cut any of those trees. I know that is not the intention of the homeowners, but rather just to provide privacy and safety for their family and kids. So again, because we have that narrow stretch of woodland in here, it's really difficult to say that this is an actively used area for wildlife. I'm sure some stuff can venture in here, but the real corridor for wildlife is out in here, where you have a larger section of BBW, woods, and larger stretches of land. It's unlikely you'd see much significant wildlife reaching out into this portion of the property. So that's why we showed the fence. Although it's within the 25 and 35 foot buffer zones, we do believe it's exempt from the Wetlands Protection Act. But I know the bylaw says you prefer to see stuff outside that 25 foot zone. So we tried to balance that with part of this area being lawn, part of it being wooded, but not necessarily an area where you're going to create much of a barrier for wildlife. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, or the homeowners are here as well, as I mentioned, and can also answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll start in roll call order. Brian?
Yeah, hi. Good to see you again, Thor.
Hey, Brian.
So the first thing I want to talk about is in your in the RDA, you cited the part of the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act. First of all, I think you were offering a citation. You did 10.02, 2B, 2C, and it's actually supposed to be 2E. But anyway, minor point. The point I wanted to bring up is if you look at the Reading Wetland Protection regulations, it's a little bit different. In the Massachusetts one, it does say that pools are an accepted accessory use for a lawn conversion. In the Reading one, it says above ground pools. Are you aware of that, and what do you think about it?
I am, and I did look at the Reading Wetlands Protection Bylaw, and what I read is that above ground pools are an activity that doesn't even rise to the level of an RDA. It's an activity that can be approved administratively by Chuck. That's how I read that section, and that makes sense, right? You're not doing really any earth disturbing activities. I don't recall if it mentioned a specific setback, but I do remember distinctively reading that section and recalling that it was an activity, if it was an above ground pool, that was not even subject to an RDA, but could be approved administratively by Chuck.
So the reason I brought that up is because in your write-up, you were pointing to that particular clause as a reason why this wouldn't be subject to our jurisdiction. And yet in the Reading one, that wouldn't follow. So that's the point I'm getting at, not whether or not above ground pools would have an impact or not. It's that they are different between the Massachusetts and the Reading one.
Yeah, I agree. I guess it does make that distinction. So maybe you're right in that they're saying that. Yeah.
All right. So then, from my perspective, the argument that it wouldn't be subject to our jurisdiction is not correct, because in fact the Reading one is different. Regardless of what the impact is, we still would have jurisdiction. Agreed?
Yeah, and there's no question you have jurisdiction. I'm not saying that you don't. This is really a question of does it rise to the level of a notice of intent? Does the activity warrant the filing of a notice of intent with extra steps involved when you have an activity such as this on the outskirts of the buffer zone?
Right, but that part of the law has to do with whether or not it qualifies as a minor project. And my point is, with the difference with the Reading regulations, this would not qualify as a minor project from my reading.
So the term minor project, from my understanding of the Reading Wetlands Protection Bylaw, is not even an RDA. This is separate from that. Those minor projects wouldn't even require the filing of an RDA.
Okay.
If I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah. So I just wanted to bring up the difference. We can think about that later, but at that point, I'll stop there and give somebody else a chance to talk rather than monopolizing again.
Okay, Brian, thanks. Martha?
All right. The first thing I noticed when I went into the yard at 62 Whittier is that there is a rock sticking out of the lawn in the middle of what is proposed to be the swimming pool. And just so you know, I live across the street from 103 Sanborn, where they are blasting in order to get rid of the rocks. And so my question is, what is your plan for figuring out whether you're going to need to blast to dig a hole where you're planning to put that hole?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And based on what I looked at on the landscape, I really didn't see other areas where there were rock outcrops. Given there's a foundation here, I believe they have a full basement. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason and Rachel. I would be surprised if this was a really significant ledge outcrop. Now, when they do go to excavate the pool, they'll know pretty quickly if for some reason it is. And if we need to address the idea of blasting, we may need to come back to the commission and talk about it. They'll likely need to, and of course, there's a lot of other steps involved when you do need to blast. I would certainly hope that that doesn't happen, but those steps will obviously have to be followed, both incorporating the fire department, neighbors, if that did happen.
Okay. My next question is, there seems to be a drain in the lawn in the middle of the proposed pool. Do you have any idea what that drain cover connects to?
Yeah, my understanding is it's a sump pump that discharges water from the basement up into, I don't know exactly where it is. I personally don't remember seeing it. I didn't spend a whole lot of time in here, but that pipe would obviously, if it is right in the middle of the pool, would just be rerouted when they're doing work in here. It's probably close to the surface level if it is in the middle. So it would just be rerouted either along the side here or along the side here.
All right. And the existing shed being moved over, we want to be careful to keep it out of the 35-foot zone. And the orientation it is now, it looks like the doors of the shed are facing toward the house, and they would then be facing right at the swing set unless the swing set is moved someplace. So just want to make sure that the shed doesn't creep backwards because of the location of the swing set.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we they are moving the swing set a little bit because of this. And we offered to either stake out or provide ties to this new shed location from this shed location. We can essentially draw lines in AutoCAD that they can measure off of this shed and essentially get it within a foot or so, or 6 inches. So that'll, even though we have a few feet here between the 35 and the shed, I'm confident that at least with providing ties, that they'll be able to slide it over effectively outside the 35-foot.
All right. And my last concern is the homeowner was talking about cleaning up some of the debris and cut logs and things like that that are in the area between the 25-foot and the wetland line. And I want to make sure that they're not going to have landscapers in there removing all the ground cover layer, and they're going to leave the leaves and the natural vegetation that's back there rather than extending the lawn back to the fence. The other question, I think, is whether you can build a fence that far back under a RDA, or whether we need to have this be a notice of intent if they're putting the fence that close to the wetland.
I'll just say in response to that, let me share a picture here. So I know we showed it right along the rock wall, but we do have some trees along that wall area, of course. And I know the homeowner's intentions not to remove, we have a couple really, 36-inch split oak tree here, some nice oak trees in here. For all intents and purposes, the fence would not remove vegetation to install the fence. In that case, I would agree with you. If they're removing trees, the project should probably be a notice of intent. But the idea was to put the fence in kind of between the trees. And I wish we did locate a couple of these extra ones, but we didn't. And we do have some smaller stuff in here, but I'm confident they can just slide it in alongside in here, or even right through here, without really impacting anything significantly. Even if you did install a fence post, if you hit a root system with a post hole digger, you would just move the post hole. You wouldn't. These root systems are not, for trees this large, are not going to be significantly impacted, and that's part of the reason why in the Wetlands Protection Act they say that fencing itself does not really cause a detrimental impact to the interests that the Act protects. Certainly, like, most importantly, there's no plan to remove vegetation in here, especially these mature trees. And yes, the homeowners did mention that at the site walk you had some concerns over what they plan to remove, and I told them that typically slash, and I believe we saw an old cinder block here from the prior owners, and some stuff that the old owners had left in here, and I said the commission should probably be happy that you'll take that out of there, and that's what they were expressing that they wanted to remove. Certainly none of the existing vegetative buffer or any of these trees.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And my last comment is more as a parent than as a Conservation Commission member. And I've said this when other people are talking about their pools and their fences, but it very much concerns me to have all of the play area in the yard be inside the pool fence rather than outside the pool fence, because of the requirement of the parents to have to be vigilant for not having their children or dogs fall in the pool and drown when the parents aren't there. And the pool is used for a couple of months, but that danger of falling in the pool and drowning is year round. So however they design the pool, I would love to see it have some sort of protection, either a fence or a really sturdy cover that prevents children and dogs from falling in the pool in October when they're playing in the yard and the parents are less vigilant because they're not out there with their party and watching the kids in the pool in the summertime. So I like to see the pool fenced off from the yard so that the children have run of the yard without having the parents have to watch them every minute. Okay, that's it.
Thanks for your input, Martha. Appreciate it. Andrew?
thanks for the presentation and for your work on this, Thor. I think my question is more just along the lines of Brian and what Martha mentioned at the end is this just a RDA or do we need a notice of intent? I'm not sure. One thing I'm wondering is just how much impervious pavement we're going to be, or impervious ground do we have? Do you have that number of how much there will be for the site? I didn't see that number on the plan.
Yeah, it's about 11, I wrote it down here, 1,100 square feet of patio.
So, but for the whole site, like including the house and the driveway, do you know how much impervious?
Ooh, I don't know the number for the house off the top of my head now, or the whole site.
I'm pretty sure regulations, you were within it. I just wanted to confirm.
Well,
Like 5,000 square feet would be the limit. I don't think they're at that point, but just wanted to double check.
Yeah, just I believe that's only in the Aquifer Protection District.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, Andrew. I think the impervious limit cover provision comes up when the property is within the Aquifer Protection District. I'm not saying we can't also pay attention to impervious because it does impact the water at the site, but I'm glad you're paying attention to that.
Yeah, the regulations to me, I read them as any altered land within a wetland, within 100 feet of a wetland, or actually 200 feet of a wetland is within our commission's regulations, but I think you're safe in this particular situation. I just wanted to double check. But again, I'm just not sure if this is deserving of a notice of intent. I think collectively, it seems like it's a major project with a fence that's going right abutting the BVW. And we could trust you that you're gonna weave the fence in there, which is what we do with a RDA, but I don't know, I'd rather get it more concrete perhaps. So anyhow, I'll let it go to the next commission member.
Hey, thank you for your input. Okay, Joe?
Yes, thank you. So yes, hello again, Thor, or Jason as well, who we got to meet at when we visited his backyard and got to see the site we're talking about here. So a couple observations from the site visit. We looked at the new location for the shed. The diagram we're given describes that location as existing lawn, but it's actually sort of partly existing lawn, partly existing woods, and partly a bunch of rocks and chunks of concrete in between. I don't think anybody minds putting a shed on top of the concrete rocks and whatever, which I think are going to be removed, or the rocks would be moved elsewhere and the concrete would be removed. But I want to make a note that that's not existing lawn. That is actually encroaching a couple feet into what I would describe as a wooded area now. We did verify though that the location seemed like it was, we measured out the width of the shed and then we measured 35 feet from that, and that was still outside of the, not by much, but it was outside of the wetland flags. So that was good to verify. Let's see, what else have we not talked about? On the subject of the fence, I'll put it as a question. Is there a reason why the proposed fence is at the property line as opposed to at the edge of the lawn?
The homeowners wanted to have the largest area possible for their family to hang out in. It also it hurts to limit limit the area you could be in as a family, and you have that area behind next to the wooded area where that's half lawn as well. It's also within the 25 and the 35. So essentially, if you did cut right across there, you're losing an extra part of your lawn as well. So that's kind of what we tried to balance and follow, the guidelines we're familiar with. But I certainly do understand the commission's concern with it being 10 or so feet from the wetland.
And I mean, for my part, and based on other projects we've looked at, I think I'm less concerned about the part that's 10 feet from the wetland that's existing lawn, and more concerned about the part that's 10 feet from the wetland that's existing woods.
Right.
I mean, it's not a huge amount of wildlife habitat, as you pointed out, but it is it's contiguous with the the buffer zone and the bordering vegetated wetland, and so we would presumably like to conserve it if we could. So whereas fencing off the part that is existing lawn is generally not a problem as far as I think we're concerned. So yeah, I would, rather than even saying follow the 25-foot line, I would say follow the lawn is probably would be my preference as far as the fence. Let's see, I'm looking at my pictures. I had any other double checking to make sure I didn't have anything else I want to ask about. I think we've already said there's no planned tree removal. Yeah, we did note some debris in the neighbors' yards and a shed in the neighbor's yard that was interestingly located, but none of that is, of course, a concern to the KCs or to this project. So I think that's it for me.
Joe, thanks. I appreciate that. John?
I think we've covered all of my questions so far, so nothing for me.
Nothing from you? No surprises? Okay. Okay. In that case, or I'm gonna go through my list of comments and then I'm gonna turn over to Chuck and then I'll open it up to the public. So Thor, I had a couple of questions. First of all, where's the
Construction entrance.
Thanks. Yep.
I didn't show it, but I would anticipate it's going to be off the driveway.
So it'd be through the double gate area.
Yeah. So this is proposed currently. This doesn't
Okay.
exist
But
yet.
in that area.
Yes.
So that would be construction access.
Jason, unless you have or Rachel, unless you have a different idea for the location of that than what I presumed.
No, that's correct. As we discussed with the committee members that showed up, it was through the driveway.
And that's one thing from the site visit that I meant to report and forgot. We did ask about, we looked at the stockpile location that is marked, and we asked about construction entrance. And
I apologize, I wasn't able to make it. And it makes the most sense going in through the pavement, it'll minimize rutting up and erosion and soil damage, so it's practical on a number of different fronts. I think that makes sense. The stockpile, just from an operational standpoint, Thor, I just thought I'd check with you about the temporary stockpile location. Do you think it might make the project slightly easier if the temporary stockpile is in the paved driveway or in some portion literally in front of the house?
I do not, just because most of the earthwork is going to be right where the pool is going, so most of that material, they'll be excavating down 6-8 feet or whatever.
Sure.
So it, certainly would it be, it would be easiest, of course, for the contractor to put it, temporarily, alongside the pool where we have it, and then remove it as necessary. But I see your point too, and getting it further away from the wetlands isn't bad. But as I said, they'll be getting rid of it. It's not going to be sitting there for a tremendous amount of time.
Okay, because I was just thinking logistically. So just talk me through this. So they're going to go in with all their equipment. They'll set up the erosion control. They'll go in, they'll dig out the hole for the pool. They'll pile that soil temporarily in the temporary stockpile circle. After that, they have to work around the pool area to finish constructing the patio and the pool. And so I guess I'm wondering, how's that going to work if the stockpile is on top of the patio?
So from a sequencing perspective, the pools I've seen done, typically they'll, like you said, they'll excavate the pool, remove the material, and what they'll do is, reinforce an area in here, and then, slowly pour in gunite, make sure the plumbing's connected. And then, it's during that process, you have that soil there, and really, they can remove it essentially the day they get rid of it. There may be spots they want to touch up after, they keep a little extra loam around. But the pavers, and the touches on the surface, those won't be done until, the concrete's poured, the pool is really finished. So
Okay. And how much soil roughly is that stockpile? Do you have a ballpark?
It's a good question. I don't know cubic feet wise, it'd be 32 by 16. Jason, do you know how deep the pool is going to be?
Yes, we're targeting 6 feet.
Yeah.
So
about 3,000 cubic feet. I don't know what that translates to in yards. So that would probably be your ballpark.
divided by 27, that's about 100.
Yeah.
A little over 100 cubic yards.
With our installer, they said a maximum of 2 trucks. So of the total pool area, only less than half of it is 6 feet. For the most part, it's only 3 feet, 3 to 3.5.
3.6.
Feet.
Okay, because 2 trucks would be about 50 to 60 cubic yards, maybe 50 to 70, depending on the truck.
That makes sense.
Anyway, okay. Okay. Yeah, I just, I think the stockpile location is okay. I just wanted to make sure it was in a spot that wasn't gonna make the project more difficult. That's all. In the sequencing part of it.
Yeah.
Setting
Actually,
up,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My fault.
No, that's fine. I wanted to move on to the fencing. I wanted to comment about the fencing. So on the plan, it looks like the fencing is proposed to follow the full property line around get my directions right, along the eastern property line and northeastern and southeastern property limits back there. I'm really, I'm imagining that, going, and I'm assuming not all of that area back there is 100% lawn. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I wasn't at the site visit. I don't have a good sense of where the limit of the lawn is. Can you sort of describe that, Thor?
Absolutely. I'll show you a picture.
Or maybe however it relates to the 35, 25 or whatever lines, like if you could.
Yeah, so
you could just show me on the site plan.
On the plan, okay. Yeah, let me just stop.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have basically about here is kind of this area's lawn, and then this wraps up, I would say, similar to what Joe mentioned, kind of off the back of the existing shed, and then kind of dissipates somewhere in here. I don't know if there's some large trees here, but I don't remember if those were in lawn. It's kind of a weird area, it's really not.
Okay.
It's a mix of disturbed versus non-disturbed versus.
Yep.
A little confusing.
No, I can see it from the aerial photo in front of me too. So I get a sense. It looks like it's the lawn seems to be deeper on the south side of the lot, or page up, and then
Right.
the extent of lawn gets narrower and narrower. Moves closer to Whittier Road the more you go to the north side. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I would, I'm not in favor of putting that fence line right up against the stone wall in the back of the lot. Part of my thinking on that is because that vegetated area in the back of the property is not fenced right now, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not fenced. And so there is wildlife movement back there right now. And so sort of putting a fence line all the way back just along the lot line, and then, you know, kind of going all fully to the limit of the lot line to the east is going to actually, at least for larger animals, will provide some restriction to movement compared to what's there right now. So I would love to see that fence line moved up so that it's somewhere at the edge of lawn, ideally. And that's my opinion on that. One of the benefits of that is the wetlands and the vegetation back there continues to be protected from maybe, you know, lawn fertilizer and spray and hopefully be protected from dumping, and the lawn gets to be protected from larger wildlife coming through. So it's kind of like a you know, more helpful demarcation of the space. That's my sense on that. I don't see a strong reason why it needs to go all the way to the property line. So that's my feedback on that. The other thing I just wanted to mention, you said that the shed was going to be moved to near between on the other side of the swing set. I see it on the plan. And that is just going to be on 2x4s. Does that include concrete blocks?
No.
Like, is it just on dirt?
Yes, it's not a, it's kind of an unusual situation where it's not, doesn't have a great support system, but it, you know, it's viable. And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, and Rachel, if your plan, I don't remember recalling that your plan was to change any of the footings for the shed, correct?
That's correct. So right now it's the foundation for that is just on cinder blocks, and then it's 2x2 or 4x4 skids. You know, the thought was to, you know, really request the ability to move the shed, but that isn't a strong driver for the project. I mean, this was all kind of playing into our ability to be able to maintain as is kind of the back end of the yard. The girls love playing in that area, and it was really just to kind of move the shed slightly over. That just gave us a good line of sight from the house to where the kids are. But otherwise, yeah, the intent wasn't like that's not the focal point for us of the project. Yeah, and that actually just kind of happened more organically as we were kind of moving through the project. We're like, oh yeah, I think this would be great if we're able to kind of you know, be able to contain that area. It would make sense to kind of slide that over because you can kind of see where the shed is. It's kind of dead center in the yard.
It's a better logistical layout for you.
Yes, but it's, yeah, that's not a driver for us at all.
Yeah, I don't see a big issue with moving the shed. The only challenge might be if there's going to be a lot of digging associated with that, or if there's going to be a lot of like filling, because, you know, that's usually where we get a little more concerned.
Yeah, so like my assumptions, you know, because we've only been here for 2 years, it looks like the construction of the shed is that it was built in place, that it was built on, you know, cinder
Skids.
blocks, and then it was placed on kind of 4x4 skids. So there's actually kind of air movement underneath the shed, which is great. Yeah, so there's no crushed stone or anything beneath it. So the thought was, I think as Thor had mentioned, we would just kind of quote unquote roll it over or slide it to its new home. But if it should stay where it is, that's totally fine with us as well.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a strong sense either way. I just wanted to hear if it doesn't sound like there's going to be a lot of earthwork, a lot of digging or filling to get that shed moved if that's something you want to do. I think it's permittable. I just wanted to ask about the earthwork part of it.
Yeah, so I guess even on the earthwork perspective, like the rest of the yard, kind of the back end, we wanted to kind of keep it as it is. We were kind of gifted some unnatural or unorganic material back there that we want to be able to remove. We want to keep everything that's there. And the containment of that back area was just more because 28 is kind of a house behind us, and just to kind of give the girl, like, be able to maintain that exploratory space. And honestly, then we thought, like, okay, if the fence is kind of pulled back, you know, closer to our yard, we didn't want that to become kind of, I don't know, it felt like it was more difficult to kind of see what's happening behind that fence, that it became kind of a screened wall, and we didn't want to have that be a screen wall situation. So we were like, okay, if we pull it back, and, you know, our neighborhood's very open. You know, if you've been here, you can kind of see there's no fences here, and our intent is to maintain that spirit and be able to keep that kind of, as much, we're keeping the critters moving along, and we want to be able to keep the kids moving along, interconnected throughout the backyards as well. There's lots of play structures and kind of kid-made structures that are all back there, so it's all a lot of good stuff.
Yep. And I just as a comment about, you know, whether this should be an RDA or an NOI. In my experience, it's very much, sometimes there's a good rule book on which way to go with a permit. Sometimes there's very obvious cases on what type of permit should be filed for. In this situation, I think an RDA is reasonable because you are so much into that outer limit of the buffer zone. You know, most of the excavation work is going to be between 75 and 100 feet from the buffer, from the wetland line. And the farther you get, the work is from the wetlands and the resource area, kind of the greater degree of almost safety, or, you know, the less chance that there's going to be an immediate erosion into the wetlands directly, right? As compared with if you were working, you know, 10 feet from the wetland line. That situation would be a notice of intent, but because of the distance and the slope and the amount of space between the project area and the wetland, I think it's warranted to have this be an RDA. So I just wanted to give that opinion, and I wanted to hand it over to Chuck, and then we'll take a question from Andrew.
Sure. So I think when this first came in, we talked about it being an RDA. I hope everyone can hear me. I put on my earphones and microphone. But as I have some concerns about the detail in the plan and the ability to ensure that what the commission is asking will happen. So some of the things that are left out kind of like open to be discovered during the project is whether it needs blasting or not. Where does the sump pump discharge? And what's the extent of the Z and V? You know, what's the extent of the cleaning of the Z and V? Grading's not marked on the plan. Then how will the shed be, you know, the footing comments that Anika brought up about how the shed is going to be put back. I know it can stay, it's kind of on like these runners now, and you could slide it over there, but it's not on the plan. Construction entrance is not on the plan. And then on this plan, we're looking at pavers, and it doesn't even say that it's going to be a poured concrete. And then what material is going to be removed in the back. And my final comment, so I feel like it's going to be hard, even with an approval, to, you know, understand what the commission's feeling about the project is and where it should stop, and where the project may end up going. And then with the fence, I don't think that we've approved a fence that is off the lawn in the 25-foot area before. And I thought that if you had to do that, you would need a variance, and to access that variance, unless the commission decides otherwise, you would need to access that through a notice of intent. I believe that's in the regulations. So those are my comments. I was also, the only other one that I wanted to say is I heard the applicant say that they wanted to keep it open, but I thought there was a fence around the entire edge of the lawn. And so I didn't know if I got that wrong or not. So I would like some clarification on that.
Okay. Thor or and/or the applicant, if you don't mind responding, and then I'll open it up to the public.
Yeah, I'll just Chuck. I'll respond to some of your comments there. Let me know if I miss any. But we included discussion on the shed in the narrative. Things like temporary stockpile areas, construction access. There's a rock in the middle of the lawn. These are items that typically can be discussed at a meeting. It's not always a hard and fast rule where you say, oh, you have to have a temporary stockpile area on your plan. You have to have a construction access. There are some towns that do require that, but it's not a detail that's explicitly labeled or required on every single plan. We've discussed it in a public forum. I feel that's an appropriate way to handle that kind of, smaller details of a plan. You do have, of course, the rock within the lawn area, and without bringing an excavator in, we won't know if that's ledge. And that's not something, we'll find out until the pool is really installed. It's not something that, frankly, I don't think it's very likely at all that that's ledge. There's 0 ledge outcrops around there, as I mentioned. You have a full foundation with a full basement right next to it. I'm certainly happy to discuss it, but it seems a little unfair to no pun intended, to blast us over that a little bit. And I do hear the commission's concern over the fence. You've heard the applicant's reasoning. Their kids love to play in it. Again, the existing vegetative buffer is not changing. And the intent is not to alter this area to any of these trees or hurt the vegetation here. The act is, Wetlands Protection Act is pretty clear that the installation of fence posts or fencing does not impact the interests of the act. And I understand the commission has concerns over fencing that area and potentially limiting wildlife's access to it. But if you're out there, you kind of see it's really just a peninsula that sticks out. So with allowing the access to critters still, I believe you're not restricting that corridor very much, with a much larger corridor out back. So that was our thought process. Certainly we don't, our plan was not to have to file notice of intent, for activities such as these. If the commission feels that moving the fence along the edge of lawn would keep this as an RDA versus a notice of intent, I think that's a reasonable compromise that I'm sure the applicants would be willing to entertain as well.
The only pushback I'm going to give you is a lot can be handled, but the only pushback I'm going to give you is on the grading. There's no way to understand with the question mark on top of whether that's outcropping or not, how much grading is going to happen. And I stand behind everything else I said. I think this plan could have had more detail on it. And if you were certainly up within the pool area, it would be fine. But so for instance, the sump pumps. So what I heard was we're just going to move the sump pumps. I could show up on the site and there could be a trench all the way into the back and beyond on very edge of their property, and they could be discharging back there. I'm sure the commission would want to comment on that. And that's why I mentioned it. So it would be one of those things where it would be easier to have, a lot of ability to write and define what the permit would say and where things can happen or not. But it's tough to do that with an RDA when essentially you're saying this project doesn't rise to the level of altering the resource area or the buffer zone. So in effect, it's almost unenforceable.
Just in response, so Chuck, just to reiterate what I said earlier, there is no grading, there is no proposed change in grade around here. This is an area that changes in approximately half a foot, 6 inches. We couldn't even really show grading here if we wanted to. The contours are there's really no change in contours. It's a very flat area, so there really wasn't, like I said, there really isn't any grading to show. We could show spot grades here, but it's almost pointless in an area this flat.
Thor, can I'm sorry to interrupt. Please forgive me. Can I just jump in with one quick question? Just a quick technical question. You said you're not going to do the pavers around the pool. You said you're going to put in aggregate decking. Can you give me any more information right now on what that's going to look like? Is it going to be at grade? Is it going to be raised? Is it going to be underlain by stone? What's that going to be?
Typically they have a stone or sand base beneath it, and it's again, you're really looking at the existing condition with an aggregate decking over it. There's minimal change in grade, if
what
any.
Type of aggregate materials are we talking? Tracks? Are we talking wood? Are we talking
concrete?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I apologize, that was a change that came after we had submitted the plan.
Okay, so this aggregate decking is going to be what, like 4 inches of poured concrete in this entire deck area?
I believe they're typically around 2 inches, but Jason and Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, if there was a discrepancy with that.
No, 2 inches is right. Yeah, so it's 2 inches, and then it has like a river stone or a pebble, pea stone.
Got it. Okay, and any plantings?
All the plantings that we have kind of around the home where we were keeping, and then we haven't really kind of planned any of the rest of the future, any of the future plantings that would happen around it.
Okay, so for right now, you're not proposing any additional plantings?
Correct.
Okay, so at this point, I'll just open it up I'll just take comments or questions from the public, including the applicant, if they have any questions or comments or any sort of final words before I have a discussion with the commission members. Please raise your hand and I will unmute you. Okay, I don't see any. Chuck, do you see any?
I do not. Thor,
Okay.
can you take down the
Yep.
take down the screen share?
Yep, sorry
Thank
about that.
you. Thank you. So at this point, I'm just going to open this up to commission members to discuss as to whether or not what their sense is about continuing. I'm not sure. Let me just ask you briefly, Thor. Was your intention that we would discuss this and vote on it today?
Certainly, if the commission's not comfortable voting, we're amenable to continuing. They don't plan to start until June, but.
Okay, because the sense I got just watching and all the questions and comments, I think there were a number of things that there were questions about. Sort of the final decision about the fencing, some sort of correction or just modifications made to the decking material and how the concrete patio is going to be poured concrete, and some mention about no change in grade if it's not already in the RDA write-up.
I believe it is.
Okay, forgive me. And so at this point, I'll just ask commission members. I'm tempted to entertain a motion to continue to the next meeting to get some additional information, or to let the applicant decide, whether they're going to provide additional information or whether they're going to request a vote. I don't know, Chuck, if you have any sense about this or if you have any comments.
Sure. I mean, I think that we need to solve the fence situation. That would be something they could think about during between the two meetings. And I would like a stronger plan with some of the things that we've talked about and some of the things I've mentioned on it, just to make sure,
in writing.
I still have some concern. It doesn't. No, I'd rather see it on the plan, but
yeah,
and it can be in writing too. But I looked at the plan when it was up on the screen, and I was just wondering if they're going to be digging up that area and there's no change in grade. How am I going to know that if that whole area is torn up, but without any shots being taken in the first place? I know I can see.
I see.
I'm sure we can. Sure we can get through this, but it's my concern is the plan. I think you could add those things to the plan without a problem. We could still have an RDA. That's where I'm at.
So. Yeah.
I'm just not sure what you're looking. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just not sure what you're looking for in terms of change in grade. There really isn't any. The area is being dug up, but even if it does change a little bit, there really isn't. We're not talking about an impact that's significant to really anything.
So they either have to cut towards the house or fill at the other side. And if they don't cut and they make it flush with the grade at the house, then there's going to be some sort of drop off. If you're just saying you're just going to drop it in and there's going to be no grade changes around it, there is a slight grade there now, and there's going to be you're going to have to feather it in somehow, and I would consider that grading. And I'm almost wondering, I was almost going to ask you, like, if it's less than 6 inches of topsoil on there, do you consider that grading? Maybe that's where we have a difference. What's going on at that far end. So
yeah,
we could show spot elevations at the corners of the patio, if that would propose spot elevations, if that would make you more comfortable.
Because too, Thora, as I read this RDA, it's it says the portion of the backyard is very flat. It says so little grading or additional earthwork will be necessary to install the pool. So, admittedly, sort of a definition of what little means. Are you talking 2 to 6 inches? Are we talking, and with what extent?
Yes.
Because sometimes when and it may sound like we're really getting nitty gritty, but it's okay, because we've had experiences in the past. Yeah. So I'm gonna.
And I think I could save some of the work on spot grades, and if you just gave us a limit of work line, it's mostly outside the 100-foot. If you just gave us a limit of wood line and said whatever you're going to do is not going to go beyond that line for the pool, then
right, grading
that is something that I could make sure would happen on site. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's really our mulch stock line. It's effectively the limit of work line. If you'd like to see it moved up a little bit, I'm sure we can.
If you just make that note on the plan where it says mulch stock and limit of work.
Sure.
For the pool. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna open this up to other commission members because I see a number of hands raised. I'm just gonna ask each of the commission members to kind of go. Hopefully you guys know the order you raised your hands in. So I'm gonna ask you to unmute and comment.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I just wanted to say, I see numbers on the plan such as 97.02 and 97.92. Are those current elevations?
Yes.
Okay, so those would give us a history that we could compare the future elevations to. But I think Chuck's limit of work on the mulch sock would also solve that problem. And then there is a couple of steps in the middle of the backyard, might have been off of a previous patio. And yeah, they're kind of, I don't know, near the edge of the pool somewhere. And I'm assuming you're going to be taking out those old concrete steps when you put the pool in?
Yes, those would come out. I honestly don't remember seeing those out there.
Yeah, they're not so far from where that little hand symbol is now. Back, nope, higher up.
Somewhere in here?
Somewhere in there, maybe a little further towards the lot 28 number.
Okay.
Closer to the mulch sock line, maybe. Yeah. And the ground seemed to drop off about where those steps were. You know, it's higher, closer to the house, and then there's a couple of steps. It's a little lower further out, but I would say it's a 6-inch difference. It's not a whole lot.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you. Andrew and Joe, I'm sorry, I don't know who's next.
I'll go ahead. So one part of why I was not disturbed by the lack of detail about the grading was another observation from the site visit, which I guess I should have mentioned earlier, is that between the unnaturally flat grade of that part of the backyard and the concrete debris and the steps, it's pretty clear that the proposed patio was once a patio. That it was so. It has already been graded to be pretty much entirely flat. Given that context, just saying it's going to be the same grade actually seemed like a adequate specification for me. The limit of work line though is a good point. I'm realizing probably there's a technicality here that someone, technically the mulch sock is not limited work because you're moving the shed. I don't know whether that's limit of work parenthesis except for shed, or limit of work for pool, or forget it, just do a minor project permit to move the shed, and then that doesn't even require coming to one of our meetings, and it's a totally separate thing. That happened with the recent project, by the way. Someone had a very large project, and one of the things they wanted to do first was move their shed, and they just filed a minor project permit to move their shed, and they moved their shed. And it'll be months before we sort out what's happening with their massive backyard change, but the shed can just move. But yeah, so that's part of the it's clearly in the intent of the limit of work for everything but the shed is the mulch sock. So that was my understanding. And yeah, if we just say that on the plan, and then as others have said, if we can establish, especially if we can, if it's okay for the fence line to follow the line, the edge of the yard, the edge of lawn, that is, then that combined with the specifying the real limit of work for the pool, I think makes this an RDA, and not a hard one to approve, in my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Andrew?
Thanks, Anika. Yeah, following with Joe, I'm just wondering if it makes sense to just close this tonight. And then they can move on with the RDA. The notice of intent. But for me, the biggest issue as it's proposed, I think, is the fence. If the fence just kind of followed that mulch sock instead of going back into the back of the yard, then I don't think I would have, I think I agree that this is just an RDA, and I don't really have an issue with it. So to me, it's collectively the shed, all the unanswered questions of the pool, but the big one is the fence. So if they're going to come back in 2 weeks and still have the fence back there, I'm worried that we're going to close the hearing with a positive, this still needs to go before a notice of intent. So that's just my concern. I think everybody wants to get this moving as fast as possible, and we don't want to overstep our grounds. So yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, we kind of talked, about this, and, after hearing, some of the concerns by the committee members on the visit about the fence, we kind of understood that the fence was going to be the biggest potential hurdle here. And we talked with Thor a little while ago that, we would be fine, I guess, following the lawn line, which is basically right around the 35-foot line. And then there's obviously some finished lawn, we would like the clarification on if we could follow the finished lawn, behind the new shed zone towards the edge of the property. But I mean, I agree. I think we agree with Andrew's point. Sorry, just that we want to work with you. We're not looking to, one up or, not do our part to play a conservation role. So, we would be fine with that fence alteration if that made it easier.
Yeah, our intent is to equally protect that area in the back. We love how that is there, minus the rogue concrete blocks that are back there. So we like to remove those, that if that's okay. Otherwise, anything that is there naturally, we want to maintain that there. And like I said, I think the moving of the shed is just something that happened organically, but isn't the driver.
The core functionality of this project.
No, not at all.
Okay. Rachel, Jason, thank you for your input. It's really valuable. Thank you for being willing to work with us. Because it helps the process move. So hearing all that, I guess I want to hear from commission members what their sense is about this permit, whether they would be comfortable voting on this tonight, or whether they do want to just take the input that we've received tonight and make a decision. So I'll just ask real quickly to go down roll call order. So Brian.
Yeah, from my perspective, I'm still hung up on the difference between in-ground pool versus above-ground pool, and therefore, at least from what I can understand, it's not a minor project, and so it pretty much has to be an NOI. So unless there's something I'm missing, then I think somebody's going to say something. Yeah.
I apologize. I'm interrupting your summary. In just to share, in my experiences, even it's the distance from the resource area. 50 feet is one of those kind of rulers that a lot of towns have used to say, you know what, they say anything outside of 50 feet and it's an RDA. It's up to us to make that judgment call. And what you have to think about is what's the likelihood of the resource area? What's the chance the resource area is going to get damaged?
So is that in the regulations, or is that just a rule of thumb? I don't remember seeing the regulations.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't have it memorized.
It's regulations. Here's one of my biggest sidestep. One of my biggest challenges with the regulations is it's extremely specific about work done inside the wetlands, inside a stream, inside a river, inside a flood zone. The area where it's a lot more vague is it doesn't establish really strong performance standards, explicit, detailed. Here's what's allowed, here's what's not allowed, except for those minor projects. What's allowed within the 100-foot buffer zone, which is why all these meetings are so challenging, is because we are making our judgment call about Reading and what Reading the Reading standard is for what happens in that 100-foot buffer zone, which is why we came up with our town regs and the 25-foot setback and the 35-foot setback. Okay, so, and also, tell me, Chuck, if I'm getting this off, but from my understanding and how conservation has practiced in the past, you could have the Taj Mahal being built at the 100-foot buffer zone. And if the Taj Mahal erosion control and potential impacts to the wetland only affect 90 feet from the wetland, you might still be able to permit it as an RDA if you're confident that it's going to get done appropriate. If you've got some sense that it's going to get done right. That's my sense about it. I don't know, Chuck, you probably want to chime in.
The only thing I would say is just to make sure that that everyone knows that you're talking about like past projects in Reading.
Correct.
That's
what
what
I'm
we're
talking
talking about. The experience
That's what I'm talking about.
Of Anika, who's been on the commission for a long time, is that the further away you get from the wetland area, the resource area, they've
The flatter the slope.
It's just it seemed to me like working with all the commissions is further you're away, the more likelihood you are to have an easier permit and have it pass. But that is not, under my understanding, how it's written in the regulations. I mean, you could ask a lot of questions and feel comfortable about the resource area being impacted or not. I mean, there's probably some discussion, with Alicia over at DEP that you could have about above ground pools versus in-ground pools, and also actually digging fence posts in, so close proximity to the resource area. But I think that, we spent a lot of time on this, and if you guys aren't ready to vote, I'd like to just get a continuation, and then you all can look into the regulations or talk to me or talk to whoever between the two meetings. The only thing I think is needed is to find out if this is okay to move forward with the RDA, and obviously some plan changes to kind of tighten up some of the things we asked for. I think that would be good to know from the applicant's perspective.
Thank you, Chuck.
So at this point, I'm sorry, I interrupted Brian. I'm going to zip it and let you comment.
I'll take the talking stick back. So having said all that, I guess my preference then would be a continuation. So I can try and have some of those conversations, talk to the circuit rider is hard to get a hold of, but something just to get a sense of how much interpretation we can do versus what is actually written. And just to be more comfortable that we don't just make it up on the fly or based on precedent that we didn't live through. So that's my preference.
Could I chime in for a second? Brian, I know you've expressed concern about and I'll be really quick, but the minor project thing, if you look at the bylaw, it does say, these are activities that don't even require a determination of applicability, which is what we're filing here. It specifically calls that out. So the next step of activities would be an RDA, similar to this. And I know there's a long list of those activities, conversion of lawn to pools, patios, kind of what we're doing here. As long as you're 50 feet away from the wetlands and in lawn, those are typically RDAs in some towns. Some towns do still require notices if you're, a little close, a little greater than 50, but it's an area where, like Anika mentioned, is a steep slope, or, you might have other obstacles, but in my experience, that's what I've observed.
So if I could jump in with one last word, and then I promise to, as Anika said, zip it. I'm not aware that 50-foot setback in the Reading regulations. I can look for it. And it's interesting what other towns might do. Don't consider that binding. So I come back to my point that I would prefer a continuation. So at least I could do some more reading, understanding of this.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate your input. Martha?
I guess I would like to continue it so we can hear more about if there was going to be a change to where the fence would go, where the new fence location would be. I like to protect that 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. But I do also understand that the family has children who like to play in the woods, which certainly I think that's a goal to be encouraged. But I think also, I believe Jason told me that they would like to have the fence because they have a dog that they want to be able to have in a fenced yard. And I think including the zone of natural vegetation in the fenced yard that has a dog in it is not conducive to a zone of natural vegetation. You get a lot of dog digging around the fence line. And so if that is the case, I'd rather see the fence further away from the zone of natural vegetation. And, you know, my personal preference would be to fence in the pool and leave the yard unfenced. But if they want a fenced yard for the dog, that's a separate question. Okay, so I think, you know, there's enough questions that we should continue and let them come back with more answers for us.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
I'm with you all. I think we can handle this as a, I want to say that as an RDA with some more detail in the drawing. I'm with Martha. I would rather see the fence pushed even further in, so you have, but that way there's no question about whether or not you're in the conservation wetland area. But again, I'm really hoping we get that resolved so we can move forward next time we meet with you guys.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, so I mean, quickly, my understanding for the difference between an RDA and a notice of intent is one of the big differences is that we can add a lot of detailed conditions to a notice of intent. And so if we continue and come back with a more detailed plan so that we don't need a notice of intent because we will have the details established that we need to establish. So I think continue and then presumably issue a negative determination once we have the details we need next time is what I'm hoping for.
Okay, thank you. John?
I think I agree to continue and get the extra details and then move forward to the next meeting.
Okay. All right, and I agree as well. So at this point, not seeing any other hands raised from the public, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to continue the hearing on 62 Whittier to our next meeting on April 27th.
I'll second that wholeheartedly.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Brian?
Brian Rowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Okay, Mika Scanlon in favor. Rachel, Jason, and Thor, thanks for coming out. Appreciate your time and your discussions tonight and being patient with us and answering a lot of questions.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you
Thank you.
guys.
Have a good night.
Okay. Okay, Chuck.
All right, so we have
22 Collins.
22 Collins. So 22 Collins, let me just get these people on.
Okay, so we are going to open the public hearing for notice of intent for 22 Collins Ave, filed by LLC, Philip and Julie Peterson. It's getting opened pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant proposes the construction of an in-ground swimming pool, a deck, landscape planting, grading, and utilities within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office at 16 Lowell Street in Reading, and on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 22 Collins Ave, Assessor's Map 51, Lot 124. And Chuck, there's no DP file number for this one
I can check that
yet.
as your, so maybe the
Okay.
homeowner may know that. Is that Philip right there? You have
Okay, I see
permission to turn up?
Tara.
Yeah. Hello? Yep, here we
Hey,
go.
everyone. Thank you for having me. I had to move down to
Hi,
my basement. Everyone's going to bed. So,
thank you. If you don't mind, just for the record, introducing yourself.
oh, hi, my name is Phil Peterson. I am the homeowner and applicant for the.
Okay, great. Hi, Phil. Welcome tonight. You having fun?
Yes,
Great.
you guys put in a lot of work.
Yep,
For sure.
you're up.
Yeah, so this is, I did the notice intent on my own. So it's for the installation of an in-ground pool in our backyard. As you mentioned, we are putting in a pool deck, fencing, and also an area for grading. That's, I don't know, Chuck, if I should try to put up that figure.
If you want to put up the plan, that's fine, or I can do that, whichever.
Whatever's easier, I have it here. I can try to get it up on right now. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So currently, we are looking to install an in-ground pool. It is a fiberglass pool, so the installation time would be very quick. We're looking to put it in this area here off our existing patio, and around the perimeter will be the pool deck. The excess material from the pool, which will be probably about 100 yards or so, we want to put in this grading area. I think there was a site visit this week. I wasn't fortunately here to walk you guys through it, but what we're looking to do is kind of just square off this property here, just so we have more usable space for the kids. I had the wetlands marked out by Oxbow Associates. Chuck also did a site visit early on, and I think we kind of thought the wetlands didn't go this far up, because at the time, most of the project looked like we'd probably be outside of the 100-foot buffer, but based on the flags that were put in, the buffer zone changed a little bit, and that's where we decided, well, just talking with Chuck, it looked like we'd have to go for this notice of intent and up with this grading area here. I don't know what other information, any questions?
Okay. I'll open it up. Thanks for presenting. I'm going to open it up to conservation members to just provide comment. I'd like to start with the site visit report, if possible. If any commission members went on a site visit. I'm not sure if we did.
Dawn and Joe and I went on a site visit together.
Thank you.
So maybe the three of us can talk a little bit about what we noticed. John or Joe, does one of you want to start?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember my observations. I should have better notes. I'll go quickly because I don't have that. I don't remember that many observations, and that'll give John and Martha some chance to fill things in.
We'll fill it in.
So yeah, so we did a site visit, as mentioned, hiked down the hill and checked out the wetland flags, which seemed, at a glance to be reasonable given the changes in grade and vegetation that we saw. Let's see. We noted there was various spots of debris on the slope, but they were all 35 feet or more from the wetland, which is what you want. So that was great. No concerns there. Getting back up to the pool area, we did measured out. I think there's some flags in the yard that correspond to the corners of the proposed pool or deck. I think probably the corners of the proposed pool, perhaps. I don't know. Actually, I think it might be deck. But we noted that there's a shed which is not on the plan. It looks like the shed is just actually. This will be my first question. It looks like the shed would be just off the edge of the proposed pool deck. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where it is right now at an angle. Yeah. We're planning on we'll roll it out of the way for the construction. But we'll basically put it back where it is and maybe push it back onto the grading area. So we'd stay in the same location.
Yes. Yes. Unlike the shed that we spent so much time talking about a few minutes ago, this one actually I say is on a sort of a crushed stone base.
Yeah, it has
a spot that.
Yeah, crushed stone and just like patio blocks.
Yeah.
It just placed on top of one.
Yeah. So I think and then looking at the proposed grading area, which I think is probably where most of the discussion will end up being. So it was not clear from the plan. Obviously the grade would be raised, but it wasn't clear how much it would be raised in which direction. The neighboring property is down, if you go sort of sideways from the yard here to the neighboring property, you go downhill as well as going backward. So I'm curious about what would be planned at sort of the property line edge, whether there'd be a retaining wall or whether that would still have to be a slope of some kind. And then the other thing was that there's a bunch of trees in the area with the big bark grading area. So my other question is are you planning on removing trees?
We are planning on removing some of those trees.
Okay.
And I guess I did leave that off.
That'll be, I think, we'll definitely would like to know. I would definitely like to know, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who would like to know, exactly, see what trees are being removed and how many, and then, look at the tree policy in terms of do those need to be replacement plantings or something like that. So,
okay.
And I'll, okay, so I did remember a few things from the visit. Martha and John, anything you want to add?
Happy to let John go first.
Did you mention, I think on the site plan that we saw, the patio looked like it kind of made like a U shape around a portion of the house, and I don't know if that's accurate or if we missed it on the other side of the house, or if that's part of the plan going forward to expand that patio.
It's the plan to expand the patio. We'll just step off the side. Yeah.
Okay, John, Martha, anything to add to the site visit?
Okay. Yeah, so other than the diagram of existing patio not being accurate, we also usually like to have a 35-foot line marked on our plans, and there didn't seem to be one on this plan. And if you're planning to remove trees, we want to see a tree count and diameter at breast height for those trees, any trees above 6 inches in diameter. And I think I'm concerned that it looks to me like the yard already was filled to make this level yard, which then has quite a steep drop off down towards the wetland area, which is why you're planning that grading area, is to bring the rest of the yard up to the height of the already been filled yard. So that concerns me of, doing that much more filling within the 100-foot buffer zone. I'm also wondering how you're going to protect your pool. Is there going to be a pool fence? I don't see anything on your plan about that.
Yes, there'll be a pool fence. It'll be around the pool deck. It'll be
Okay.
around that. outer.
Just around the pool deck, not around the whole yard.
Correct.
Okay. I also don't see any markings for where the erosion control is going to be.
In
And-
the notes, I put it would be at the limits of the grading area.
Okay, so basically straight across the backyard.
Yeah, it would go along the northern border and then would take that turn and go south.
Okay. And I also noticed that there seems to be a drain pipe of some sort coming out of the kind of diagonal part of the slope in the back, kind of near, well, anyway, it's in the grading area on the diagonal cutoff corner of the backyard. There seems to be a drain pipe. Do you know where that comes from and what it's draining?
Yeah, we are gonna fix that. There was an old, it does hook up to some of the gutters. There was an old dry well that we took, that it was there at one point, but we're gonna fix that. And when I go to engineering, I was gonna talk to them about what we should do for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just going to say, usually the plans that we get are much larger and more detailed when we get plans. You saw the one for the RDA that we just saw. So this
Mhm.
plan seems to be missing a lot. And we had to kind of figure stuff out on the spot while we were doing the site visit. And we'd really like to see a plan with where the existing patio is and where the proposed patio is and how many trees you want to take down and stuff like that.
For any
so-
work that's outside the buffer zone, does that make, do we need to do that, I guess?
I will just chime in that if the work outside the buffer zone has potential to erode or impact the buffer zone area, yes.
And
Does that help?
whose opinion would that be?
That's in our town regulations.
Does an engineer have to make that decision, or, I mean, how do we know if it's good? I would say that it's using the scale.
Like for example,
20.
the state did a roadway project, and it was well outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. However, all of their roadway work was going to catch basins, and the catch basins had a huge discharge within our buffer zone. We put restrictions on the roadway project erosion control so that their project well outside of our buffer zone was still going to be protective of the wetland resource area. And we have authority to do that with our town regs. So I hope that helps.
So it does affect, that's what you're saying? So it will,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
And
Yep.
how do I rectify that? Do I have to design some sort of infiltration basin, or is it just a matter of, I mean, there's grass existing?
I'm gonna pull back and suggest we get a variety of comments from commission members, and then maybe maybe you'll get a better sense of that.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Gonna wrap up my comments by saying we no longer are looking at the plan, we're looking at a background screen. So if we're going to be talking about the plan, it would be good to have it back up on the screen.
If you fit it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, in my last comment about the site visit is I would want to know what the additional square footage of impervious pavement is going to be compared to what you have there now. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Martha. So next, after Martha, help me out, Andrew.
We skipped Brian, just because we
I
went to
did.
the site visit
I'm
first.
sorry, Brian. It's getting late and I'm getting a little scattered. Forgive me. Brian?
That's okay. I was just sitting here sobbing quietly. Um, so, so how long have you folks lived there?
2007.
Okay. One of the things that we often do as we're prepping for these meetings is look at comparing the various aerial maps that is in the town GIS.
Yeah.
And it's noticeable that a number of trees have been cleared kind of in the area where you're showing the grading. Can you explain something about that?
Yeah, there were a bunch of trees. We just had one recently blow the top off recently. So there are a lot of those pine trees that are falling very frequently. So there were a few that did fall over time. So we did have some cleared away.
So you had some company go in and take some trees out?
Yeah, probably it was a while ago.
Yeah. So in essence, this request is asking us to approve additional work to an area where there already was some tree removal that happened, right?
I guess, yeah. Again, there were some trees that were removed, yeah.
So in your write-up, you said that you're thinking of planting that graded area with grass seed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What would you think about doing different kind of plantings in there instead, like some trees or what have you, to replace some of the ones that fell or were taken down? Is that something you're going to do?
Yeah, I'd have no problem with that.
Okay. I mean, I from speaking for myself personally, I would think that would make the whole situation more acceptable to me. The other people obviously can talk for themselves, but so from my perspective, that's what I'd be interested in is some planting plan that you would do to do something in that area besides grass. And if you wanted to put in some kind of plantings besides trees, great, put it in your plan. But like I said, to me, that'd be much more palatable if we were replacing some of what was already taken down.
Okay.
All right. Let me see what else. Yeah, and that was my main thing is replacing the planting. So with that, Anika, back to you.
Hey, thanks. I'm sorry you're crying. Andrew?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to follow up with where Brian was going. So sorry, I didn't actually get to see your site, so I'm just looking at aerial photos, and you could look at the history of the site. And have you ever been before the Conservation Commission?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
First time.
Welcome. So looking at the aerial photos, you could tell around 2015, it looks like you had an above ground pool at some point in the backyard.
It was like a temporary one. Like,
yeah.
Like one of those, the top has like a blow up ring on it.
Yeah. I can only see just a big blue circle.
Yeah.
Or
and it would come down.
The pools by your neighbors, it's a small blue circle, but there's a blue circle in your backyard. But then if you go back for a little further than that, it looks like there's some trees around that area where that pool was, like a couple of years before that. I think that's what Brian was also referring to. Maybe that area was graded to put that pool there, or was it already flat?
It was pretty much flat, but the pool comes down every year, or when we did have it up. It was just a you buy an Ocean State job lot one of those intact pools.
Okay.
So it wasn't
I
on
guess,
that one. It just came down like every season.
yeah, and then you put it
We
back
only had
up.
it. Yeah, we only had it for a few.
Yeah, you could kind of tell. It's kind of creepy, but you could see when you had it from following the aerial photographs. So I guess the quick concern is, from our point of view, all of that's pretty well away from the 35-foot, 25-foot buffer zone. You're not really in the wetland, but you are within the 100-foot zone. So if there were trees taken down, well, technically, if they're outside the 35-foot zone, that's totally fine. So I think we need more detail on your plan. Where is that 35-foot line? Where are the trees? And where are the trees that are going to be removed? Even if they're outside the 100-foot zone, just put them on the plan so we could all agree that, yep, that's not within our purview. Or if we don't, and then we could look at the grading as well to see if that is going to have any impact going down towards the wetland. So I think I'm just looking for more detail. I'm with Brian. When you're getting into that new graded zone and you add that 35-foot line, it would be nice to see that not be lawn. So you have a transition from your yard to the wetland that's got some hopefully native plants or something fun like that in there. So I think just encouraging more detail on the plan, showing us where the existing trees are and which ones are going to be removed. And then it'll be easier to kind of work our way through what's being proposed here. And where's the fence? I know you say it's just going to follow the pool deck, but just draw it on there. So we could all see it and know what we're talking about.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Andrew, any other questions, or should I move on to Joe?
Yeah, I guess I don't have any real questions. You can.
Okay.
Let's move
Great.
on.
Thanks, Joe.
You already heard from me, so
All right. You all set then?
I think +1 to people's requests for a more detailed plan, I think.
Okay. Okay. John?
So I think I'm still kind of wondering about how the fill is going to work in the area where that looks like it's fill on the site plan, because if you actually go to the site, it's really kind of steep, kind of where the yard ends and then down into the wetland. And so we usually are kind of worried about erosion control and stopping, whatever getting dug up or knocked loose during construction from getting down into the wetland. And this kind of seems like we're just pouring it all down towards the wetlands. So I'm not sure if there's kind of a plan for how to stop the erosion and all that fill from getting down into the wetlands.
So during construction, up the silt fence, and as far as the grading, we would have a 3-to-1 slope on the sides, finish off with that with matching. We're going to keep the existing elevation, and then at some point bring it down to a 3-to-1 slope, and then we'd loom and seed it. And I guess I would have to talk to the contractor, but probably after it stabilizes, then we'd remove the silt fence after that.
Okay, so the idea is to fill and then convert to lawn?
Yeah, convert to lawn, or yeah. And then we're going to add some trees now and some plantings.
John, any more questions? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is there going to be a retaining wall or anything, or the idea is that that angle will just kind of naturally do what it does?
Yeah, we're going to naturally have it 3-to-1 down to the existing grade.
I think that's it for me, Anika.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to say, I think for me, I was looking back at some historic aerial photos, and it looks like there's been an expansion and filling in that backyard that is within the 100-foot buffer area based on aerial photos, which is a prohibited activity without a permit, the same as cutting of trees and removal of trees. So That said, one of my questions is there a way to move this proposed pool and deck so that it's further to the south and into a more pre-established lawn area, as opposed to, as an alternative, as opposed to just putting it where it's proposed and, filling, because filling of the resource area impacts the resource area. And ideally, I don't want to see filling, like significant amounts of grading put into this backyard area anymore.
I mean, that side of the lawn, a portion of it is a lot of briars on that south side, and that's where we have 3 boys and they play in the backyard a lot, so we're kind of leaving that area for them, to kind of play in, kind of next to the pool. So that's kind of why we wanted to put it there. And then the idea is just to kind of square off the yard a little bit.
It seems like the south side is mostly lawn, at least from the aerials.
Yeah, I mean, I guess right here.
Yeah.
Briars.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but I'm not talking that deep. I'm talking about closer to the house.
I mean, if we put the pool the other way, that just cuts off the back more. Just seemed like this was the best way to kind of keep that open space. For them to play, they play wiffle ball and football. They have a good spot, to run around through. So it just seemed like rather than putting the yard like here, do it here. The pool would probably come out to here. It really limit to how much space they have over here. And this is the neighbor's lawn is here. There's a little bit of a slope, like a here, and there's like a rock. This is where that briar.
It's just that filling aspect. That's something that would require, details. You got to show us how the filling is going to happen. You show us topography. What's the finished grade going to look like? You're basically requesting to fill a natural area, right? And to take trees within, and that's going to affect the drainage. It's going to affect the habitat function of those wetlands. So from a wetlands perspective and from a, conservation perspective, it's better to avoid having to work in that area, because you automatically, it's an easy call for us to say, hey, he's not even doing any filling of the buffer zone. And so it's easier to say there's no impact. So this is an approvable project, so, so I just thought I'd give you that feedback. If you're determined to fill that area, we need to see, as to Joe's point, if trees are getting taken down, they're going to have to be replaced. We'd want to see a planting plan, some sort of topography. If there's going to be, how's it going to meet the slope to the neighbor at 30 Collins? Do you need a retaining wall? I mean, my preference is to see that proposed pool and deck sort of shifted to the south, and therefore you don't have to do all that grading, because it's essentially filling of buffer zone. So, we might be almost into a variance situation. I'm not sure entirely. It's kind of late and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit foggy. So I'd have to double check on it. So I'm gonna pass. That's my main comment. I'm really interested to know about the drainage and what happened to that dry well, the history of that dry well, and because we're big fans of infiltrating as much as possible to get that in-ground filtration to recharge the resource area. And so with that, I'm just gonna pass it over to Chuck.
Yeah. Well, we recently, as far as that question, we did have some work done, and we do meet the requirement because we do have an acre of property. And we're only using about a half of acre of it. In the back, there's also a right of way for the for the storm drain too at the back of our property.
Can I ask you what requirement you meet? You say you meet the requirement. Can you just specify?
Yeah, we went to engineering. This was, we did our addition 2020, and whatever the square footage is, we were below that because we have an acre, whatever the calculation was.
Impervious or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, because is it aquifer protection?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's a separate, that's a separate approval situation from this.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's good to mention.
So wetland, okay, so wetlands is looking for infiltration basins.
Well, we're looking for protection of the resource area, right? There's habitat, there's protected resource here. It's wetlands, it's habitat, and we're looking for a certain amount of performance standards within the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay.
We're looking for less impact in the 100-foot and whatever's done in the 100-foot to help the wetland to function better. Okay, so Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you guys covered a lot of this. I think that there's past projects in town, and somehow we got to the point, or the commission's got to the point where that 35-foot zone. So I'm not sure if the grading could be pulled back to the 35-foot zone, or you could request a variance if you went over it. But I know one in particular, this person used stone to kind of keep everything on the 35-foot zone and then filled in front of it. This plan doesn't show me where the trees are, so I'm not really sure if that works. But that's what I would offer. I don't know how much fill we're talking about. If it you know, the depth, I guess at the far end, is that 6 inches or is that 3 feet? I think someone asked you how you were retaining that, and I know you're just going to tow it back into the slope, 3 to 1, and then loom and seed it. So are we looking at the extent of that area that's towed back into the slope where it says grading, or is it beyond that line? I guess I wanted to know that.
Yeah, the idea of that hatched area was that no work would go outside of that zone. And I'll have them put that 35 buffer in, and I could pull it back. We really don't have to go that far. I guess where I'm really looking is just to try to square off this area here. So even if we had to bring it back.
It'd be interesting to like overlay that on top of the aerial photo just to see exactly what we're looking at, and evaluate those trees if they keep falling down. I would wonder why that's happening. So.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, there was one that recently blew down. The top blew off it a couple weeks ago. Those pine trees seem to be falling pretty frequently.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, we hear about those. Most of our complaints about trees are pine trees. It's never like the oak or to that effect. But if you wanted to mitigate for the trees, again, it's hard to tell if there's a spot to do that from this plan, and not having the 35-foot on it. It almost seems like the pool could be changed or turned, pushed closer to, one side or the other of the, but I understand why a lot of people want it in the center, and I get why you'd want to have a flat lawn with children. So I think for me, I would probably just want to look at the plan and probably go back out there and look at the site and see, after tonight's meeting, just try to understand it a little bit better and how more trees in certain places could help out.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna, I just see a hand raised. It's Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew, and I'll open up questions or comments from the public.
Okay, thanks. Oh. Sorry, I don't know if I stopped the video or not, but yeah, I mean, I don't know where you are in this project in terms of just usually we're used to seeing things. It looks like you're not really ready to build this quite yet, and we're used to seeing projects that are like ready to go. Maybe you are, and this is enough detail to figure out the next steps. But I kind of agree with Anika that the placement of that pool seems not ideal from a conservation point of view. I get it from your point of view, but from conservation, it seems like we'd want it pushed closer to the house, to the east and south, ideally. Get it out of that 100-foot buffer zone entirely. You could do that. I don't see a problem with that. And we were being kind of nice, at least looking at the historical aerial photos. If you bought the house in 2007, I could see in 2008, your yard was a lot smaller than it is now. I don't know, maybe these trees just keep falling. But that's a lot of fallen trees that have now conveniently become lawn play area. What we do about that, I don't know. And I think this is going to be a continuation. So we'll probably be talking about that further. But it is a concern of ours, as you could tell. So when you show these details, we'll probably come up again next time.
Okay. All right.
I just want to ask any questions from the public. I know it's late. Phil, you've been very patient. Thank you for staying up late. Sorry to keep you up, and everybody else. Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Phil, do you have any sort of final, do you have any questions for us? Is there anything that's not clear, or do you have any questions based on what you've heard?
I guess just the next steps. I know that it seems like you want some more detail. I guess I can understand that. So just on my notes here, just something about adding some more trees through the tree policy. You want that area of the patio added on. Add on the 35-foot buffer, put the fence on the pool area.
Yep.
Impervious pavement, planting plan, add trees, and a topo. Sounds like.
Proposed final grades.
Yeah, the existing grades now and the proposed grades. Because right now it's pretty flat, and then where it goes to the grading area, it goes down quite steeply. So we'd want that shown, and then what the final grade will look like compared to that.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to mention, I see that flag A1. I don't know if anybody from the site visit, or this is something we should probably check. Do the wetlands continue to the northeast from that trend in the northeast direction, or is that the closest they get to the project is A1? Because if they curve any closer to Collins Ave, then the 35-foot zone is going to be more into that proposed grading area. Joe?
No, I mean, and you can, picture the house next door on Collins Ave with its own backyard. Yeah. The wetland line pretty much turns due north.
Okay.
We didn't investigate it carefully,
okay.
but it's It
I
does
just
not,
wanted
the
to get
wetland line
that
does not go right through the neighbor's house. Let's put it
Okay.
that way.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, it seems like over looking at the topos, it seems like, um, the yard used to be full of trees in the back, and now those trees are gone and it's expanded lawn.
Mhm.
And, we tend to be big fans of reestablishing vegetation that's lost. So I'm really interested in the planting plan. I'm really interested in exactly how much fill you're planning to bring in and exactly how that's going to be reduced, minimized, and what kind of plantings are going to go in there to kind of reestablish some natural vegetation that's been lost over the years. So kind of a lot to think about. So I'll take if there's no more questions, raise your hand if you have questions, but otherwise I'll take a motion to continue.
And can I ask, what does the continuance mean, like to the
The
next meeting?
the next meeting, which is April 27th, I believe.
And what we would expect is that you come back within a week of today with your revised plan
plan.
so that Chuck can send it out to us a week before the next meeting. So you really want to
Right.
get things to him by April 20th.
Okay.
And I think it would be good to take the plan down at this point and stop sharing your screen so Nika can see hands for anybody who's
I know, I don't
there.
see any. I check every once in a while on my chat. I don't see any hands. So Philip, if you think you can't meet that deadline, for next week, for a meeting on the 27th, you could ask for a continuance to the first meeting in May.
Okay.
That's an option.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of
So
work. I have to contact a few people.
what do you want? How do you want to handle that? Do you want me, because we need to vote on a continuance, we can pick a date that works for you.
I mean, I'm assuming, just to be realistic, probably May 1st.
Okay. Chuck, do you remember what our exact, is it May 1st? I don't remember what.
Second
our
and
first-
fourth. So there's no way the first is the second Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's the 11th.
Okay. So May 11th, you would get us a plan sometime, before May 5th, right, Chuck?
May 4th.
May 4th. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
I
I'll entertain a
move to
motion.
continue the hearing on 22 Collins Ave to May 11th.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a vote.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Phil, thanks for coming out tonight. I'm sorry about the late night.
Okay. Thank you
If
for
you have
your
any
time.
questions, you can work with Chuck about. He's really great at working with people behind the scenes to help them answer little questions. And if he has bigger questions, sometimes he bounces them off of me in between meetings.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Thanks. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, Chuck, what's next?
So we need motion to continue
We did that.
1310 Main Street,
Oh,
April 27th, and also Small Lane. Motion to continue that to April 27th.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to continue 1310 Main Street to April 27th at the applicant's request.
So moved.
Second.
For a second. Okay. And could I have a vote, please?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Mika Scanlon in favor. Okay, I will entertain another motion to continue Zero Small Lane to April 27th at the applicant's request.
So moved.
Seconded.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Mika Scanlon in favor. We don't have to make a motion on 572 Summer Ave. That was already voted on to be continued to May 11th. I know we still have participants here. So Chuck, if you could guide us through old new business.
So I left those community outreach, future planning, and the budget discussion on the agenda just in case we had time to discuss it. And really only having 2 agenda items, I thought that it would work, but I suggest we get to the violations. These people have waited long enough to talk to the commission, and then if there's time afterwards, go back to those. Everything else on old and new business is fine to wait till the next meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll leave it up to you and Brian to decide the correct order for the violations.
Oh, and I'm going to just, Brian, I think that it's really up to you. You could just take them in order, really.
I just assume deal with Rob Flower first, if you don't mind. That's
No,
30
that's
minutes.
fine. Okay, Rob, we're gonna give you co-chair permission so you can turn your mic on and turn your video on if you want to.
I'm on.
Okay, all right, Rob.
Rob, just for the record, if you just introduce yourself.
Robert Flower, 30 Hensley Street.
Thank you. So the Rob, if you could just sort of explain the violation situation as you understand it.
As you see it, my shed is 2/3 of it anyway are on conservation land. Not that we knew that when we did it. And also you don't like the lawn that's growing back there, which had nothing to do with me. That was here when I got here in '88.
Okay. So did you put the shed out there, or did you buy the house and the shed was there?
No, we built the shed, but we were going off
Okay.
of markers that we were misinformed where the boundaries were.
Okay. And Brian, you had a site visit, and did you send in a letter, I assume?
Yeah, so we've actually been there a couple of times.
Okay.
Most recently, I guess, was Monday, but anyway, so totally accept the explanation about why the shed ended up where it is. When they bought the place, there was a fence that was actually further back. Previous owners told them the fence was in essence the acceptable line. So they built it closer than where the fence was. So from their perspective, it all made sense. I would want to add too that Rob has been very good for that area. There's a drainage channel behind all the properties running down Hensley. And apparently when they moved in behind his property, it was really clogged, and his own effort and expense, he got that cleared out, which is great. So at this point, the main thing to do is to move the shed closer to the house, such that it's on his property and not town land. There is some associated stone, what have you, underneath the shed, which probably should be addressed at the same time. Let's see. And then as far as the lawn goes, we've had this kind of conversation in the past where how do we want to go from an existing lawn where we want it to return to a more natural state without, of course, inviting invasives. So that's a conversation that we can have. There's another aspect to this particular property that may or may not come up later, but Rob would like to take down some trees along that drainage channel. That's not a part of the violation, but it's a part of the bigger picture. And so theoretically, when and if they want to take those trees down, there would be a separate project to that extent. The way we left it was asking Rob and his wife to keep an eye on the trees, and if there becomes noticeable weaknesses, then to bring it up again. I think did I summarize that properly, Rob?
Yep, sounds correct.
Okay. So then what are you thinking about the shed? I know when we were there last, there was a question about whether or not the shed would have to be moved. Are you okay now with the idea that the answer is yes?
Well, that's what you want me to do. You want me to return it to the whole area back to what it was before we got here, I guess.
I don't want to say yes to that only because I don't know what it was before you got there. So
Well, let me just say that anything that we introduced to that area, we should take out.
Okay, so certainly the shed, yes.
Okay.
What else did you introduce besides the grass that's back there? That's it, right?
No, we did some planting along the edge of the gully there. I'll call it a gully. You can call it the stream bed, whatever. But the lilac bushes that separate us from the gully, those are all ours.
Okay. Chuck, do you know if there's any reason why the lilac bushes couldn't stay there? Are they acceptable to the wetlands?
Yeah, I think that I would be concerned if they're on the bank, if that could destabilize the bank, but there's no reason why
That
vegetation
would
couldn't.
stabilize it. Roots stabilize, not destabilize.
Yeah, and so there's no reason why those couldn't stay there.
Okay, so
But they weren't there before. The embankment or the edge of the gully was fine before we put them in there.
So I think what we're saying is it's fine to leave those plantings, assuming you wanted to. And so the only action is to move the shed.
Okay, I don't know how I go about that, but people seem to think that it's can be done.
Well,
It
yes,
happens
shed-
somehow.
yeah,
I'm sorry?
Okay, I'll be quiet for a minute. Go ahead, Anika.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, just as a comment, it happens, it is done. I think there's a couple of different ways to do it. I'm not a pro, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to add any more information about that. Chuck might have some guesses. He's done some contracting work himself. It's the biggest violation is just putting as just your property on property that's not yours. That's all. So just moving that out, and plantings from my perspective, and if other commission members want to comment, plantings, especially native plantings, but definitely not invasive plantings, and I don't think lilacs are invasive. Please correct me, everybody.
Mm.
You know, plantings are wholeheartedly encouraged. We like to see plantings put in. So I don't think lilac plants being put in is that big an issue. It's more just property of yours off property. That's all.
Okay.
So Chuck, can you, so what's the plan moving forward? Do you have a sense of?
So let me.
Go ahead.
So the commission needs to set the rules for this. So it's not up to me.
Right.
You guys would tell them if it needs to happen right away or if it can happen in the future and how you want it to be left. And then I would assume that Rob would have some comments, but you know, the commission needs to guide this process. So if it's moving the shed and the rest is fine, then that's what you need to say. And we can just follow up with a letter.
Okay, let me just kick this off and then get input from other people, if that's okay. I'm gonna, I think the shed needs to be moved. Ideally, it would be better if the shed was moved in the dry during a drier season, and some sort of seeding or vegetation established in that space where the shed used to be. So we need some sort of schedule. We need some sort of plan roughly showing where the shed is going to move to. If you're going to put it on your own property, and if that property is within the resource area, is within our jurisdictional area, then we'd be interested to know where it's going to go to, and what it's going to rest on, whether you need to do any digging for that. So moving the shed, ideally when it's dry, the land is dry, and doing some sort of planting in the space where the shed used to be. That overall is what I'm thinking. Go ahead, Brian.
So what I was going to suggest is, because of the crane that DPW brought in there to take a tree out that had fallen, there's already some ruts on the back lawn. So from that perspective, I would just think moving it as soon as they figured out a way to do it would be better, just so if they were going to fix the lawn, they fix it once. But again, I think that's up to you, Rob. Do you have any sense for how long it would take you to figure out a way and to get it done? I mean, what's a reasonable agreed upon deadline that we can set?
I don't know that I can give you an answer right now. I'm still reeling from the repairs to the house.
Yeah.
From the fallen tree, and that's pretty much occupied my time. And then I'll have to take on this task, and I can't tell you when. I don't want to do it through mud season. You just said that the truck came in, and I'm going to have to deal with that as well.
Yeah.
So past that, I'm not sure if it was one of you guys that mentioned this or one of the town guys that were here removing the tree, that this work should be done when the ground is frozen. So, and that didn't come from us. That was either one of your commissioners or one of the town guys. And maybe that was from what they saw what their truck did when it was back there. Soft land right now, it's mud. Well,
yeah, no, it is soft.
So
it's only going to get worse. And just to be clear, this shed sits on cinder blocks. It's not dug in. There was no grading. It was just blocks that may have been dug in either the front part or the back part, just to make it level. Right. And a small ramp coming out of it. But it's a couple thousand pounds, I would say. It was a hand-built shed and all hard timbers.
Okay. Martha,
so
you had a
I can't
comment?
give you a time when I'm going to get it done. I'm sorry. Not right now, I can't.
I was going to suggest that we aim for getting it done by, say, September 2023, which gives the flowers a chance to have either this summer or fall when it's dry, or next winter when it's frozen, or worst case scenario, the following summer when it's dry. And, you know, I know it's a big ask to ask him to move it. So I'm thinking give him a certainly generous timeline. And I know it's often hard to get contractors these days. So if you're going to be hiring somebody to do it, give him enough time to have some flexibility.
Well, you're right. To get them is difficult. To get them to return your calls is equally difficult. But 2023 sounds like a fair time to me.
So assuming the commission is okay with that, then what we would like you to do, Rob, is to at some point decide that you are ready to do it, and let Chuck know what that date is and what have you. So then after it's done, we could come out and check it out and close the matter. Does that make sense to you?
Sure.
Andrew, go ahead.
I may be too generous here, but if it's best to do it in the winter, and this winter might be too soon, is 2 years, or if there's a sale of the lot, like it has to be moved if they sell it next summer. It has to then be just removed at that point, would be my guess. But otherwise, it may be tough even this winter, just the way things are going in the market. So give them 2 years from right now till 2024. I don't know. Is that too much time? Just what I'm thinking.
I appreciate that consideration. I'm just thinking if we push out too far, it's gonna kind of fall off our radar.
Right.
I understand.
I'm concerned about that. Another thing I just want to mention is, according to at least some state maps and the state's assumption of where wetlands are on that side of the street, almost all of this property is within 100 feet of the wetland line.
Yeah, our property is 100 feet exactly from your property.
Yeah, so it's never not going to be wet. And so I think picking a seasonally advantageous time is their best shot, dry or frozen. I think frozen. I think if they could thread that needle between this fall between the dry and the real frozen conditions, that might be really good, because you don't want to be trying to remove that shed when it's frozen to the ground, too. So you know, although I'm sure people can do that, so I think I'm a little uncomfortable pushing it out to next fall. So part of me thinks, you know, maybe by springtime, because you get a chance to see what happens this fall and see what happens this winter. And it gives you a couple opportunities to
So can we
work
write
with
it?
that.
Can we write it as a date in the spring of 23, with the caveat that if Rob runs into problems for some reason, he can revisit the commission and say what's going on, and we can, you know, certainly be reasonable about it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, you can put something in there that says if seasonal and market conditions don't allow for this to happen, the commission will consider a request for an extension.
So why don't we make it just a year from today, with the understanding that we may adjust that based on conditions on the ground or with the ground.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I'll invite people from commission to raise hands if you have any comments. I don't want to go down roll call order this late. So, Joe?
I'll just briefly say I had the same 1 year thought as Brian. The last few months of that year are not going to be terribly useful because it's the muddiest time of year, but it's a nice round number. It's easy for us to keep track of. And really just, it's a matter of like, you know, get it done during the winter. Hopefully if something goes wrong, that you will, you know, extend it.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? Chuck, did you get enough information for?
I just wanted to put
finalizing
out
this?
there, if anyone has a comment, to use the reactions tab, to use the raise hand function. And no, I think it's sufficient that you guys have decided that a year from today, we'll contact Mr. Flower and come in and for a site visit. Or if it hasn't been done, he'll have to come to the commission and give us a date when it will be done by. That seems sufficient. I have the information I need.
Okay. Mr. Flower, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay.
You guys know it's almost 11 o'clock?
This is early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for staying up. Thanks for joining the fun, and good luck with your project. And you know where to contact us if you need to.
Will do.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brian, Chuck, is there another?
I'm going to let Brian run these.
Okay, Brian.
All right, so the next one, based on the order on my screen, would be Patrick Egan, which is on the corner of Oak and Oak Ridge. I think it's 8 Oak Ridge. So, Pat, if you can unmute yourself and what have you. Chuck, if you get him involved.
There we go. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Patrick Egan. My wife's here as well off camera.
Okay. So if I can just try and summarize, and obviously if I'm off, feel free to jump in. So we understand that there were some trees, or at least one big tree that was cut on your property, and seemingly some shrubbery along with that. And we don't understand why. We don't know where the impetus came from. We don't know of any approvals for it. So we just would like to discuss the situation. So if you could, please fill us in.
Yeah, no, of course. So yes, in January, we took down a handful of trees that were dead or diseased. Back in September, some representative of the town tree warden came to knock at the door. I do not remember the name. A neighbor had complained about it, particularly the large tree that overhanged their property. It was leaning in a significant way, and it was one of those trees that after every bad storm, it's kind of like you look out the window and you're like, all right. But the complaint was the branches and the tree, both a risk to them, as well as some on Oak Street. So the representative for the town came and walked me out and talked about, first of all, pointed out a bunch of dead trees along the line of the street along Oak Street, most of which I was kind of aware of, particularly from the house to about halfway down Oak Street going down. We had a lot of smaller, thinner trees. There's a lot of ivy there. I try to stay ahead of the ivy. Some years you do, some years you don't. So a couple of those smaller trees we'd periodically lose. But anyway, those were dead. They were pointing out diseased trees. I don't remember the disease. I don't have the expertise of everyone here. All I knew for one of them that was in between our property and our neighbors, from that far away, he's like, that one's got the disease, this one's got the disease, this one. As to the large tree, he was pointing out that it was dead at the top. It was overhanging and a risk. And basically what was told is This isn't the town's problem. I know he wants us to come in and do it. This is your problem. And I said, well, you know, what do I do? And it's like, I'd get some quotes. And what I remember from the conversation was, you should go get at least 2 or 3 quotes. You are going to have to get police detail, and you are up the street from Joshua Eaton, so you should coordinate it. That was it. They knocked on my door. We got some bids, and we did the process. I had truthfully no idea until I got this letter. I knew the distinction between the tree warden and the conservation just was never.
Obviously, you're aware that there's a stream behind your property, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, I mean, of course you would be.
Yeah.
So you understand the situation is that without any conservation involvement, at the direction of an individual that you can't identify so we can talk to them, you took down trees well within the jurisdictional area, right?
Well, I think you could probably identify whoever came out. I assume the tree warden would keep records from that day as they came out. But yeah, I know, I understand. We talked to that person. Yeah. We followed those instructions. We've been talking with our landscape guy as to what to do. But I now appreciate that needs to be a bit of a two-way street here on that.
So in the letter, I believe I pointed out the Reading tree policy. Have you had a chance to go check that out since?
I have. Yes.
And so what do you think about that?
As far as are the replacements and things like that, or any?
Well, some kind of remediation for having taken down trees next to the stream.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. If the doorbell didn't ring, those trees would be there. I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks. What we have done is, other than things that have fallen that we've pared back over time, which has been the smaller ones. Well, actually, and I will tell you that there was a larger one that between when the town came and the people came in January, one of them fell on the other side, closer to the big tree. Yeah. So it was laying there for a while, and frankly, my concern with the big one was the litigation risk if something had happened with the neighbor. But yeah, so what we've been thinking, one, the privacy factor is gone, and then 2, building up, because we've been here 16 years and we've basically done nothing in the back. We mow the house side of the creek, and then everything in back, we just let it go. And that's the plan. So what who we've worked with in the past is a local guy, Dan Gagnon, who's talked about getting native trees and bushes, with an idea as to what to put in. What I want to talk to him about, because this is not my forte, is 1, location areas, and 2, particularly along the side of Oak Street, mainly the section by the house. That just seems to be the problem area. That seems to be where we've had the most skinny trees dying or getting choked away. What is the best way to get things that'll actually take hold there? And then whatever the disease is, that I don't remember, but I know the town person said there was an issue of, it can jump from one to the other, and whatever it was, like I said, it was visible for the one that there was a tree in between. There's a trampoline in my yard, a trampoline in my neighbor's yard, and it was right in between that. That you can see. And
so Chuck, in the interest of moving this along, is there anything you want to add before we start talking about potential next steps?
No. I mean, unless you want to help me out with what I'm supposed to add. No, it sounds like I'm disappointed that you got some direction from the town. I don't know who this person is, so I'm hesitant to say the town tree warden, but I don't know who told you that, but there's certainly a conservation process needed, and living next to the stream and seeing what Bob Carboni went through, and maybe across the street too on Oak, with the permit that was there in that White House, that I would hope that we would get a call, but at this point, the tree's down. I think that tree had a lot of habitat to it. I'm not sure what the disease was. There's so much that we don't know about this. I mean, if it was diseased, and you were told to take it down, then that would make a difference. It would make a difference in my mind.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
sure.
it certainly wasn't Mike Hannaford himself, because he is always adamant about private trees versus public trees. So I would love to know who that was too. So
Yeah,
we can correct that.
I will say it wasn't identified as I'm the Reading tree warden. It's I'm with the Reading Tree Department. That's how I recall it. And you mentioned Bob, who's next door. He was the one that complained.
Right.
He was also part of the conversation, because when we were talking about what you could do or what could be cut, and I said at one point, with the way the branches were, are they just going to cut it, and is it going to be a 1.5 story stump where everything, all the vegetation would be cut off of it, and it's just the stump there? And then am I just doing this in 2 chunks? And there was a comment about, yeah, you got to pay for the police detail twice and the other thing. So I don't know. Bob may know who it was as well, because as we were walking the area, he came out and we did talk to him. So maybe, he may know.
The only reason I want to make sure we're clear that this is not a witch hunt. It's an attempt at a correction, and it's an attempt to make sure everybody who needs to know the right information knows the right information. Okay.
Right.
I just want to emphasize that. And so it doesn't sound like we're going to get to the bottom of that tonight. But if we can in the future, that would be ideal. I was hoping to hear, is there a specific plan towards reestablishing, is there a specific planting plan that's already been discussed?
I was going to be talking with Gagnon. I don't have the expertise there. So that's what I wanted to say. We've generally left all of that stuff just kind of be. And honestly, if I went out and said, I want to take some trees down, I probably would have started Googling and realized the right procedure. I didn't distinguish. And what I really heard was it's not the town's problem. It's your problem. We were walking up and down right by the stream. So, I mean, you're not happy about this. I'm not happy about this. I didn't want to spend money.
So can I ask how many trees were taken down?
So I think from the estimates, it was between 7 and 8, including several of the skinny ones. One fell at least, 1 or 2 may have fallen in between. And then out of that group, as far as looking at the tree plan, I would say half or at least 5 would have been above the 6 inches at, chest high.
Right. So would you give us permission to come do a site visit so we could essentially count dead soldiers?
Sure.
Okay. And then based on that, could you put together a planting plan for how and when you would remediate? So talk to Dan Gagnon or whoever you want to, but write something down and just send it in so we can just see what you have in mind. I mean, in general, Conservation Commission is fine with planting in general as a broad statement, but in this case, because it's a result of a violation, I think having more information than we might normally want would be useful, just so we could have a cleaner checkbox about here is the issue, here's the planned remediation, and then when you're done, we can come in and see that the actual remediation matches the planned remediation. Does that make sense to anybody on any one of these squares?
I'd say yes. We've taken planting plans that are site sketches.
Yeah.
We've taken, people have come up. I just want to really thoroughly encourage planting a variety of plantings, small plants, big plants, shrubs, trees, like get get a good mixture. We'd love to see trees replaced because I think what we've seen is en masse in Reading, way more trees, especially old growth, are cut down and not close to enough replacement trees are being planted. So if you can help move that needle in any way, that would be great. But we also know that trees, like the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, right? So, so you need each tree, it grows, it just needs more space. So there's a lot of people at like Mahoney's. Chuck is good. We've got there's a lot of people out there who can help you sort of strategically put together some sort of planting plan that makes sense. And that's probably what we'd want to see, is something roughly commensurate with what was taken.
Well, that adheres to the tree policy.
That adheres to the tree policy, right? So does that make sense?
Does.
Good.
Martha
Is there
has
any?
Martha has her.
Yeah, thank you, Martha.
You're on mute.
Muted.
There we go. I'm unmuted now. You mentioned about the issue of cutting back the ivy, and I pulled up on the map geo. I'm looking at your property and I'm looking at a Google Street View, and it looks like you have a palisade fence that's got ivy hanging all over the fence, and that some of the trees in that street view have ivy growing up the trunks of the trees. And I think you're not going to have success with the trees' survival if that ivy keeps growing up the trees and choking them. So, I would suggest that part of your planting plan should be a way of managing that ivy that has sprawled all over the yard.
Yeah, that's an older picture. So the ivy is gone from the fence because I don't want to lose the fence, because I don't want, JE kids falling 10 feet off the sidewalk. I was trying to stay on top of it, but I'll just be candid. When the kids were younger, I think that's when I lost those trees at that section of the fence, because I wasn't cutting it I just wasn't always cutting it at the roots all the time. And that's the area that we would see periodic. So when you come and see, you're going to see the fresh cuts, and you're going to see some older cuts from things that were choked out. But yeah, I can't figure out the ivy.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to deal with.
Okay. And then I'm trying to wrap this up. So Patrick, you're all set with what we'd like you to do?
I am.
And Chuck, you're okay with how we've taken this so far and what we've asked for going forward?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate. We were looking for replacements, and just to review the plan. And I understand what Anika said. She wants a variety of trees. So what happened to you was no, it actually should be, because basically what Patrick was told was these trees are diseased. You've lost all the trees because you had a kind of like a monoculture of trees. So if you change them up, you've only would have lost one, or in the next 50 years, you'll only lose one. So a variety makes a lot of sense to me. And of course, you're not going to be planting any ashes for sure.
So then should we set a date by which we'd like to receive a plan? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Egan, do you think you could make it by the next meeting, which is April 27th, if not the following meeting on May?
From my last with some travel, and from my last conversation with Dan Gagnon, that's not going to work. I barely got him to return my call. I know it's busy. I mean, if I could go out a month, then I know I'm working with him, because like I said, I have to rely on the expertise of others on this.
That's May 11th. Does that work? Okay.
Okay, in that case, I'll entertain a motion to continue, well, should we make a motion on this or? No, this isn't even a hearing.
I don't think we have
Okay,
to.
sorry.
And I should just, well, and communicate this through Chuck.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying with us this late.
Okay.
Okay. From my perspective, the only name I see left is Eric Butts. And Mr. Butts, if you're out there, oh, does Karen want to jump in first?
Yeah, let's invite Karen to unmute. Karen, just for the record, if you say your name and address.
Karen Gately Herrick, 9 Dividends Road. I'm gonna be quick. I just want to thank you all. It's a really late night, and yes, so apparently I don't serve on the only board that works late nights. So thank you, and that's it.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you,
Thanks for being
Karen.
here.
Yeah.
So then back to Eric Butts. If you could invite him in, whatever magic you do.
Okay, Eric, you're all set. Unmute and talk.
Hey, everybody. Yeah,
Hi, Eric.
Hey, my name's Eric Butts, and I'm at 26 Hensey Street. Rob Flowers' neighbor.
Okay.
So yeah, I believe, I know I am here. I received a letter which resulted from you guys all being here on the property related to Rob's tree falling. Couple of things to discuss. One being the fence that we have installed, I believe being slightly over the property line and into the conservation area. And then a long list of items that were found in the conservation area behind my property. Things obviously placed there, whether they were myself or a prior owner. So just going through the list, or I'll go through the backlog of story, I guess. We bought the house in June 2019, and then we had the fence installed in December 2020. You guys already mentioned the contractor issue. They actually finished the day before Christmas Eve that winter, and it was installed. There was about 2 feet of snow down on the ground when it was put in. We went through all the normal channels. We went through the town, gave the plot and all that kind of stuff, got that approved with the intent of staying within the confines of my property. Due to, a lack of records, I had the land surveyed and had markers put down to make sure that I didn't impede on conservation or my neighbors' properties. It seems that obviously we went over a little bit in the back. I think it's probably less than 2 feet, but certainly over the line. I guess that's where we're at from that perspective.
Okay, so so the fence, you're right, is one issue, and you're right, it does go over. What kind of threw us was the fact that the survey stake in the ground is so clearly inside of where the fence ended up. So we didn't quite understand how that could have happened. With you saying it was actually installed with snow in there, maybe that's what caused it. But either way, we have the situation where it extends too far. So just dealing with that issue first, have you given any thought to how you'd want to handle that?
I assume I have to have it moved in a couple feet to be within the confines of my property line.
Okay, and you're okay with that? Do you have any idea by when you might be able to get that done?
I don't. I don't have an idea of that now. I probably need to contact the actual contractor I used, because from a financials perspective, going to need to discuss the cost of that and obviously discuss not the blame game, but see
Right.
if what can be done there related to what the cost will be, if I can get any kind of
A discount.
yeah, something like that. Just
Yeah.
considering it was them that put it in. And I know you
It's
guys,
one of those it's one of those get smart moments where they missed it by that much.
yeah. So yeah, I'll need to get in touch with them, and you guys obviously know what the industry is like right now. I don't know what his timeline will be to be able to get to my property. I have no idea what his project lineup is like.
Right. So at the very least, can we agree on a date by which you could get back to us, telling us what you found out and what your plan might be? I mean, is a month worth of time sufficient for you to figure out your approach?
Yeah, I can absolutely. I can contact him or at least reach out, well before that. But I'd have to talk to him and find out what his timeline is like when I do get in touch with him and do discuss what needs to happen. A month is fine. I could have proposed that I'd have conversation with him in 2 weeks, but I'm going to be out of town
Right.
traveling to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want you to pick a date that's just absolutely impossible. What's the point of that, right?
Right. And then yeah, once I do talk to him and figure out what his situation is, I could probably have more of an idea of what timeline we'd be looking at for when the work can actually get done.
Okay, so then the next part, which is probably just as ugly. So there is that pile of all kinds of assorted goodies that are actually in the channel back there. So not only is that illegal, it's actually blocking the channel, which explains why your neighbors up channel have unexpected pools in their backyard. Do you have any idea how that got there? Do you think it was done during the renovation of your house? Any idea at all?
Yeah, so my house was a flip. Someone bought it, and then within 8 months they did renovations, and then my wife and I bought.
Right.
I will own and have already cleaned up the dog waste back there, and that won't be happening anymore. I have a couple of piles of grass clippings from a couple of years ago that I need to remove. And that's the plan this weekend. Outside of that, the other list, that's not my activity.
So you're not taking any claim to poor Elizabeth Aldrich, whose gravestone is back there?
I have never seen a gravestone back there. You guys found it.
Yeah, it's not one of the ones that stands up out of the ground. It's one of the ones that's flat in the ground. But I looked her up. I couldn't find anything. Anyway, I think together we have to figure out what can be done about that. I don't know whether it makes any sense to try and coordinate with when the fence gets done, just so there's easier access or what have you. But either way, that has to be cleared out, both because it's a resource and because of what it's doing to your neighbors.
Well, my question is why, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm obviously trying to comply here, but why would the removal of things that I had nothing to do with on town property be my responsibility to move?
So it may surprise you, but I agree with you. I don't. I think it'd be different if there was a direct link to the flip that was done with the house, and even then, that wouldn't be you; it'd be the predecessors. So I believe you're off the hook from that perspective, except for maybe Elizabeth's shade walking around. But mostly from that perspective, so I wrote it up before I knew what the situation was, as far as where that stuff came from. And so from my perspective now, I'm mostly concerned about maybe aligning your fence adjustments with some effort to clean up back there, because you're right, it is on town property. And by the way, I spoke to your neighbors and they assured me that you folks didn't put that there. So, I mean, as I said, you're off the hook, free and clear.
Yeah.
It's easy from that perspective. But does it make sense for you to let us know when you're going to get the fence done so we can try and have a plan in place, whatever that may be, to deal with the dam back there?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
All right.
I mean, yeah, like
You
just
want to add, Chuck?
go ahead.
Yeah, I think I would only add that the debris we found, in my opinion, was in back of the next house down, which I believe is 18.
That'd be the right direction numerically.
Yeah. So I think, because I have a clear picture of the white fence and what's in back of that, I don't see any in the material back there. So I'm going to say that was, well,
yeah, but
I think what you're talking about is in back of 18.
That I agree.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to add to this, and I appreciate the fence being moved, and I understand how difficult it may be to find a contractor, but
Yeah, and just to further, exemplify that I'm not going back there and dumping all these different things. When we put the fence in, the fence guy recommended we put a gate back there for access. I don't have one at the back of my fence because I already know I'm not supposed to be putting stuff back there. So I'm not like walking through Rob's yard to bring stuff back there.
Okay, Martha had her hand raised. I just want to see.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. I'm a little concerned that the whole reason that we're aware of this issue is because a tree fell on the other side of Rob Flower's yard and fell through the fence onto their property. And it seems to me that that tree might well have fallen because the bank was getting undercut downstream, because the tree was growing on the side of the bank. And if we take the dam out, will we be unstabilizing the root systems of more trees behind, I don't know what the number is, but the other direction from 30 Hensey Street,
like 32 or
36
whatever it is, yeah.
So we might want to be careful about what we do to the stream bank if we take out the debris upstream, so that we don't cause more trees to fall on the houses of the homeowners downstream. So it's just something to think about.
wow, I wouldn't even want that out there, that is even a possibility with how that stream is it's not really a stream. It's kind of like a ditch with mostly stagnant water in it that's probably ground fed. So cleaning the leaves out is not going to, I don't know what happens during a storm, but
yeah,
Is it pretty
been,
flat?
There hasn't been water there since I moved in 2019 in the area, directly behind my property. All of the water buildup that you guys have mentioned behind, maybe it's 18. That's been there. Okay, that's been there just like that for the past, almost 3 years now.
Okay, so I think it's still a valid point, Martha, that we should think about that. But I do agree, there was no real flow in there, at least when any of the times we were there. Still something to think about whenever some approach is thought of to deal with that.
Can I just ask a quick clarification? So Martha, you're saying if the debris is removed from the stream, there will be a higher velocity in that stream and potentially more erosion? Because
That's what
Okay,
I'm
that's
concerned about. I'm
okay.
worried that we might cause erosion downstream.
Is does it seem like a murky stream, or does it seem like it's trying to be a fast flowing stream?
I don't think fast flowing.
Okay, well then technically I would be less concerned about erosion capabilities based on that.
And besides, I would say that there's not a big differential in the water height on one side of the blockage than the other. So it's not as if there's a big volume of water that's been backed up and held. I think it's more a case of when there's a storm, it takes the water behind 12 and 18 longer to work its way out because of that.
Okay.
Okay. So the tree that came down, Martha, didn't come down because the roots were pulled out of the bank. So if you walked around and said, hey, where is this tree anyways? You could see that it was almost eliminated from the bank. It was all rotted within the bank.
Okay.
So that was the problem. The problem was there's a tree that had clear signs of being in trouble, but you know, go around. No one goes around checking trees, and it might have been on the back side of it, but it wasn't. It wasn't. The roots were, like you see a wind blow or something in a swamp or something. It wasn't like that.
You're right. It was a hole rather than a root ball. Yeah.
So in the interest of wrapping this up, then, Mr. Butch, can we expect you to have the best answer you can get in about a month? And kind of the same as the last situation, where if in fact you can't, for whatever reason, can't find availability or what have you, just contact Chuck. So he's aware, and therefore we're aware of what's happening, and we can take it forward at that point, depending on what the answer is. But
yeah, yeah, that sounds reasonable. If I do get a concrete timeline with my contractor, do I just communicate that with Chuck, or do I need to attend this meeting and sit here for 4 hours and wait to tell you guys a date?
no, you don't have to sit here 4 hours. You can if you want. And one last thought: we're the Conservation Commission. We don't like the use of the word concrete. So just as a heads up. Okay, it's late. I apologize.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
And I'll contact Chuck if for whatever reason I something else comes up and I don't have an answer by then.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eric.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so Chuck, I still see, oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
just us, RCTV, and Karen at this point.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so I assume that wraps up the violations. Thank you for going through all that, Brian.
So I do have one question about the violations. So I'm not sure if we're handling these conversations about it the right way, the way you people want us to. Because for the most part, we'll talk about it. The person will say something, and you guys are pretty much spectators. Is this the way we should be doing it? Is this the way you want to do it? Is there some change you would hope to get that you could suggest that I could say no to? So what's your thinking?
I think that's a good question, Brian.
Time of night?
I think asking that deep question this time of night is a little bit dangerous. We might just be here till 2 trying to come up with an answer. But I think we should continue this conversation. And there's procedures and protocols that can be set up for enforcement matters. And you're doing all the heavy lifting. You and Chuck are doing all the heavy lifting of kicking it off. And you're doing a great job. Thank you. it's, we can move it forward.
Yeah, as much as anything, I just want to be sure you folks are okay with this, if only because your names are on the letters too. And so like it or not, you're all roped into the same atrocities. So
Go
It
ahead.
is late.
Andrew.
I mean, I guess I do appreciate knowing who's being, what the conversation is, but I don't know if there's a different way of handling some of the details outside of the public meeting, but I do appreciate that since my name's on it, that I get to be part of the conversation if I want to.
okay. You're allowed to change your mind, just let me know.
I think for right now it's working, and I think it's fine, and I think it's good. Go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, I mean, the parts of the violation discussions that I think were not the best use of our time were the parts that were basically like there was a dialogue between Brian and the resident, and I mean, almost by definition, but dialogue between one of us and a person who's not a member of the commission is not a open meeting law concern, and so you can exchange as much information as possible that way, and then if we can come to I'm totally fine with the fact I'm glad that we're doing something. I really don't want to go back to, well, we're too busy with hearings. Let's just let people cut down trees willy-nilly. So I'm glad we're doing something, and I wonder if we can get more of if it's possible to get to, here's a proposed remediation, and that we bring, if that's what's brought to the whole commission, here's the context, here's the proposed remediation, yes or no, and that we can go through those a lot faster.
It's a good point. Hang on one second, Joe.
Chuck's waving a finger at me, so apparently my idea is not as good as I think.
No, I like it, but let's take it further.
I will just say that where the letter format and what have you came from was primarily from that enforcement package. It was a model letter they had for a invite of a violator to a meeting. So that's where it came from. There's no other reference or anything that I had for that. So with that, Chuck, go ahead with the finger point.
Well, I was just trying to speed it up, being that it's 11:35. I was thinking just to take Joe's comment and we could bring it to a point where we have a solution and then let the commission know that, just give an update. This is what this address did. This was the resolution to that. These are all conversations. They're not violations. They're not, in front of the commission, there's no violation order. So you could really just do it all, Brian, and then when it becomes tough, bring it to the commission and then just update everybody.
All right, that's a fair thought.
I don't know if that makes everyone feel better, but time-wise, that would be great. Like, 8 Oak Ridge Road, what happened tonight could have happened on site, and we could have solved all that and then brought them. Maybe the commission needs to see a planting plan. Maybe that's where it comes to the commission.
Okay, yeah, I just have been being overly aware of keeping the commission updated, so that's fine. We can certainly try that.
And everyone has to appreciate it's extremely difficult. These things can change in a second. They can be very affable and everything's fine and we're going to take care of it, or they just don't understand what wetlands are all about, and it really takes a big explanation. So it's better to put a lot of people in front of them to just explain the same thing until they understand it. But we really haven't run into any major problems yet. I'm not taking any of the credit. Thanks, Brian.
For me, for the most part, we're not batting 1,000, but we're pretty close to it for people who actually voluntarily agree. I will say, though, Chuck, that I don't think I'm ready for the training wheels to come off, so I certainly would like you to be there. If only so you could say what he meant to say was, if it's necessary.
No, I didn't I think you should always not go anywhere in this kind of situation. If it wasn't me, I would like another commissioner to go with you.
Right.
I don't think it's a solo gig.
Yeah, I thought you were just trying to get out of the work, that's all.
No,
No,
I meant
I'll
not
second
bring it
that.
to the commission until it's almost resolved.
He's trying to make these
or
meetings
resolved.
shorter.
I
That's what he's trying to do.
But I
And
but
we're
I
here for it.
second. I just want to second the buddy system because sometimes you need a witness to what was exchanged.
Because I remember hearing about that with
Okay.
1503 when we first joined the commission, so I totally agree.
It's good
Okay.
practice.
It is a good practice.
Yeah.
And I would say if these violation people don't need to wait through a 4-hour meeting in order to have their discussion, that's much kinder to them. So if
Yeah.
they don't have to show up at the meeting because they've discussed it with
Yeah.
you guys and then it gets presented to the meeting, it saves them
Right.
being expected to stay up till 11 o'clock.
However, I will
And you-
point out the meetings could be shorter if Joe would just stop talking, but anyway.
Well, you can mention that during the site visits. Like, hey, we could talk about it here, or you could come to a 5 to 6 hour meeting
No,
until you're
I
I
really,
don't-
I really
talking
am
gibberish.
fine with talking. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a good approach. So do we have your permission to take it just a little bit further, like almost to conclusion and then come back? We'll have to talk about what that
Yeah.
means, Brian, but at some point we have to report back to the Conservation Commission. I feel like it's almost like a minor project permit. When I first got on the commission, every minor project permit I could approve, but I didn't, but I had to update the commission every meeting about all the minor project permits that I would approve. Now that's gone away over the years, but maybe me and Brian are going to do that. So anyways, we'll update you on our thoughts at the next meeting, and I'll let Martha and Anika know about any changes to our current plan.
Great. Okay.
I
you all
don't
for
want
the
to hold
feedback.
us till midnight, but are we going to go to Oak Street and take a look at how many of his trees have been cut down? And should we set a date for a site visit or not?
No, that's gonna, I believe the last conversation dropped it back into me and Brian's lap. And, you know, at the point, we should have brought it to you when there was a planting plan. So let's get the planting plan, and then if it needs to be just, I don't know. I mean, this is, I mean, that's a good point. That one seemed to be something where the commission wanted to review the planting plan, but if they meet the tree policy, which you've already approved, and they put in a variety of plants, there's nothing to discuss.
If that planting plan just gets emailed and you get feedback and you get people's comments back.
Can't have
and
feedback. Can't
directly
email you
to
guys
you.
and
So we can
Directly to
discuss
you.
whether something should be on the agenda. So I think the one bit of feedback we could say is, let's put this on the agenda or not. That's probably okay to say, right? So basically, if you have anything to say, the only thing you say is, I have something to say.
Right, so basically you're approving the plan by agreeing it doesn't need to be on the agenda.
it's probably not a good way to do it then. Because you can't try to get around the open meeting law. Like,
No, I mean,
Correct. Right.
I'm not,
Okay.
I wasn't saying you were trying to do that. I'm just saying that's what it looks like.
I understand.
let me say loudly into the microphone that I'm not trying to get around open
No,
meeting.
no, I didn't.
My
wasn't accusing
understanding
you
of
of
open
saying-
meeting law is that discussing whether or not, something should be on the agenda is, one of the few things that, you discuss outside of the open meeting, but then you don't obviously talk about. So it makes sense to me to, Brian can, or
That's
Chuck
not
can
something that
email,
we
like,
put-
here's the, here's the violation letters we sent out. Do we, if you want any of them to be on the agenda, please let Chuck and the chair know so that it can be on the agenda. Does that make sense to people?
think that's different than what
Anika's
we're
laughing at
doing
me, but
now.
that's because it's quarter midnight and she'd probably laugh at just like I
think
said
she's-
random words.
I don't know what she's doing. Yeah. But I think that's pretty different than what we're doing now. Usually what ends up happening is it's just a judgment call, and we've been always just, I would have a conversation with the chair and vice chair, and they're going to tell me what goes on the agenda. Most of the stuff that goes on the agenda, I just feel that maybe the whole commission shouldn't be involved. I think, you know, Anika really speaks for the commission. That's the chair, the role of the chair. And if something came up and she said, this is one, and I think we would have the same instinct also if it became tough. So we shouldn't even go there even if we can. So we don't have a plan yet. I guess that me and Brian will try to figure out where the stopping point is. I mean, like Sartell, we went out twice. I talked to him. I don't know if we went twice, but we went once for sure. We went today, and he agreed to do what we asked, and we're going to go back and check it. So that was something that happened without really the commission knowing anything about it, but it was clearing up yard waste. We identified what we wanted to clear up. He agreed to it, and he'll call us when it's completed, and we'll check it.
Well, yard waste and a rusty chair and a beer can and a cinder block and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. You know, the more compliance we can get, the better. And if it's by persuasion or bringing them to a meeting or sending letters, however it happens, the more compliance, the better. So what else do we have on the agenda that's pretty essential?
Only if you could just really quickly just approve the minutes, and I made the changes that Joe asked me to make. I don't have them available to show anyone, but are there any other changes? Or is everyone okay other than
I'm fine with that.
some wordsmithing changes that Joe had?
I wasn't listed as being in attendance on the meeting, on the minutes.
Okay.
Or not in attendance either. I just wasn't there.
So you lost me. Were you you were in attendance, right?
I was there, but I wasn't listed under either
Okay.
in attendance or not in attendance.
Is this March 9th we're approving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes of March 9th?
So moved.
Yeah. Seconded.
All right.
Vote, please.
I vote yes.
Yes, sorry.
It's a free for all.
Brian
Yes.
voted, Martha voted, Andrew's next.
I'm reading them real quick. Yeah, I approve. Andrew Driven approved. Agree.
Yeah, Joe Carnahan in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Okay.
11:45.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course, this fell apart.
Anybody have anything to talk about for 15 minutes so we can set a
I
record
just
here?
Broken midnight before. I don't want to.
I just want to touch base about Town Forest Workday and Town Forest Appreciation Day.
Those are happening right after our next meeting.
Oh, that's okay. Never mind.
No, well, it is after our next meeting. It's only barely after our next meeting, though. The 27th to the 1st, right?
So far, can we just have a recap of what is being planned for Sunday, the 1st? I think Martha's going to be there and bring a table, and I'm going to help her set it up. I think she gave Chuck a posting of an invasive flyer done by the Envirothon kids, which is great. Andrew, you have the postcard.
Yeah, and I got
which,
your edits, I think.
which I take it or leave it. If you
No,
respectfully
I took the
submitted it.
violation time to work on it, so I think I'll have to look at it again later, but I think I got some work done on it.
So take my edits as you see fit. And thanks for putting it together. It looks great. It's like I tried the QR code. It's fun. It worked. I was hoping to get to Matera Cabin to get some handheld. I think we have some natural items there, don't we still, Chuck? Don't we have like a jawbone and a nest and a...
I have no idea. I have
Isn't there, I think there's like...
I think they all got sanitized during the last 2 years.
Oh,
I'm
well,
sure they're
I might,
existing.
So another topic that we had talked about was some kind of a draw. to
Give
the
me a
table.
call, Anika, give me a call. You can go down and check. All right, I'll get you the
great.
code.
Brian, you and I spoke this weekend about Friends and Family Day, June 11th.
Right.
Chuck, I distributed the form. I filled out the form and sent it to you, Chuck.
Thank
can
you.
just check
I
it.
already sent one in, but I did like how
Oh.
you did that. I was very
All right,
impressed with
whatever.
it.
Okay.
I didn't know to tell you
Brian?
not to do it, but I appreciate it.
So one of the things we had talked about was some kind of a draw, and we had talked about a raffle or something. And so I have since learned that we can have something, but we can't call it a raffle. We have to call it a drawing, and it has to clearly be free.
Okay.
So if we're giving away whatever it ends up being in the end,
Yep.
and we've talked about trustees membership, something, but something conservation oriented. We just have to make sure we call it the right thing, and then we're okay.
Okay, and Brian, I looked up the pricing. It's Mass Audubon's got a sale on membership. They're down to $35 individual or family.
So
Other memberships are like 50. The max is 75.
yeah, that's trustees, right? 75 at trustees.
Maybe there was a document I shared just with you, and there's a planning document. I'll share it with the rest of conservation.
Yeah.
A Google spreadsheet or Word document, whatever. Just some way to kind of track ideas and thoughts. And we talked about talking up conservation, being more promotional.
Right. We also talked about something physical that would hold kids' attention. And so one thing that I suggested is Susan and or Megan have owl pellets. That might be something that they'd be interested in just because it's unusual. Anika, you were thinking about some kind of footprint representation?
I think I took from the MACC conference I went to last time. I think I went to one of their tables and grabbed a handful of track, like little postcards or small bookmark looking
Scat
cardboard.
tracks.
Just you know what I'm talking about, like something
do.
from one of the vendors, and I grabbed a pile. Every once in a while, I'll go in there. I'll steal a small pile of freebies just for these types of events. So I'm going to look into my stash and see what I have.
So the bottom line is there's a bunch of semi-baked ideas. So in the next couple 3 weeks, we have to finalize what we're going to do. We got to figure out who is going to be at the table when. It's 3 hours, right? It's noontime to 3 o'clock. So it's not forever, but we just need to finalize something, which is not in our nature usually.
Yeah, I have rubber footprints of wild animals that you can use in an ink pad, and you can make animals footprint stamps for assorted
That's
wild
cool.
animals. I could bring those if
Yeah.
you're looking for kid-friendly activity.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the thinking is something that would attract the kids' attention. So A, they may get something out of it, and B, they may be entertained long enough for their parents to get something out of it. So it's a win-win either way.
Yep. When you're having a drawing, often people think that what you're trying to do is collect their phone number and email so you can send them more information later. So it would be important to let people know, are we going to save those phone numbers and emails or just use them for giving away a free membership?
No, in the past, we've promised to shred all private information. I think that's a good way to go, personally.
I agree.
All right.
Unless people want to be contacted to get on to conservation.
I suppose we could have a separate sign-up sheet where they could say they're interested in learning more. I guess it's a magic phrase. And what that
Sure.
turns into, we could see, but then they will be choosing to opt in, basically.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep. Okay. Anything else tonight?
Comment that Thor suggested that Williams and Sparagus has existing conditions plans for 5 Grove Street, and we should take him up on his offer to share that and save having to reinvent the wheel.
Does he mean lot 5?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe that's what he meant, was that when I mentioned the parking lot,
Yeah.
he said he has plans for that of existing conditions. So we
So
don't have
I would
pay
think
somebody
I would
else to
think we'd want to look at them first before we just took them and passed them on. Because pretty much if we take them and pass them on with no judgment, it implies that we're okay with whatever it is, right? So we probably should do some thinking on it ourselves first.
Chuck, do you want to just ask him what he has and ask him to submit it to you?
I think yeah, so why don't I just ask Fidel, just tell Fidel what came up at the meeting, and he's
Okay.
an engineer and he's also
Okay.
the town manager, and just say,
Let him decide how he wants to handle it.
he's I think he's dealing very directly with that project, and I could say, this came up, here you go. If you want to pass them on to Weston and Sampson, who is actually doing the same work right now or getting bids for it, you could say, is this helpful? I think that would be great, but I think it should get, probably right to Fidel.
So can you do that for us? Can you
Yeah.
reach out to Fidel?
Well, I can reach out to Thor and get the plans and tell Fidel in the meantime before I get them. See what happens.
Just let him know.
Just let him know if they're saving money is good.
Free information is okay.
Everyone appreciates
If it's good information.
Yeah, exactly. That's
okay.
Good
No,
night.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.